A very good morning and welcome to the 2025 edition of the Security Research event. Thank you to all of you who have joined us in Warsaw in this amazing venue and to the ones which are connected online. The European Commission's Directorate General Home has been organizing this flagship recurring event since 2006. Providing us with the opportunity to exchange on breakthrough technologies and potential innovations in safety and security topics. This gathering has started as the Security Research Conference, but as the first projects completed their achievements and there were concrete results to present, the exhibition dimension grew in its impact. Demonstration took a more prominent role, and accordingly, this was reflected in the new name, Security Research Event. If you are wondering who I am, my name is Alessia Melasecche Germini, and I will be the Master of Ceremony of this 16th edition of the Security Research Event. And it will be the same for the next 2 days. When I'm not wearing the hat of Master of Ceremonies, I'm the CEO of Meta Group, a research accelerator company which born in Italy, but now European at heart. Actually, I have 20 years of experience in supporting and coaching the community research, mainly from EU-funded projects in the path to impact, in the exploitation journey. On top of that, I'm currently one of the series experts, and I contribute to strengthen research and innovation in the security domain. So it goes without saying that it's a great privilege for me to be here with you today to open this 2025 Security Research Event edition and to be here for all the discussions, the live demonstrations dedicated to boosting security through EU-based innovation. Thousands of professionals, whether policymakers, safety and security practitioners, knowledge institutions, and critical infrastructure operators, will exchange about security threats and challenges, and on how EU research and innovation can contribute to tackle them. Since 2006, the SRE has been taking place in 11 European countries and gathered close to 10,000 stakeholders over the years. The result has been the creation of a wealth of knowledge and insights, in turn translated into policy recommendations, experience exchanges, and network growth. The ideas, thoughts, and communities we build in these events will continue to inspire current and future initiatives. To highlight the innovative spirit that defines this event, we have consistently recognized outstanding EU-funded projects supporting the journey towards real-world application and lasting impact. Over the years, the SRE series has addressed a broad range of pressing security challenges, reflecting its continued relevance and comprehensive approach. This year, the SRE 2025 comes at a crucial moment for the EU's civil security. Global geopolitical shifts, rapid advances in digital technologies, and the impacts of extreme weather are challenging us daily to think creatively and act innovatively. These pressures are very real. From hybrid attacks and disruptions to supply chains, to the evolving tactics of terrorism and organized crime. This is the reality we face, and it calls for a stronger, more coordinated EU response. I will now zoom a bit on our 2 days program. So 5 thematic panels will provide the opportunity to discuss how to achieve the following goals: detect threats, prevent crime and accidents, secure evidence, model future risk scenarios, and assign the most effective responses while ensuring European strategic autonomy. Our journey over these 2 days will follow a clear pathway. Our first day will be guided by something of a global perspective, examining European-based innovation that provides solutions to worldwide safety and security challenges. We will then focus on future technologies and capabilities for European integrated border management. Later, we will tackle the vital question of sustainability and impact. Last but not least, we will celebrate and spotlight the most spectacular success stories of market uptake in new-funded security innovation during the Security Innovation Award ceremony. In parallel to the conference panels and discussions, we invite you to discover over 50 booths showcasing solutions funded by the Horizon Framework programs, the Internal Security Fund, and the Border Management and Visa Instrument. Institutions like the European Commission, the Research Executive Agency, Justice and Home Affairs agencies will also be present. Don't miss the dedicated area for small-scale demonstrations, which actually is behind that wall, that will be held throughout the 2-day event. As Master of Ceremonies, it's of course my role to remind you a few key rules to ensure a smooth experience for everybody. Please keep your phone on silent mode, and please note that the no photo area is on the last 2 rows. I wish you an inspiring and productive security research event. Now, let's dive into the juicy part. To kick this off, I'd like to introduce someone with a long history of involvement in and of championing even deeper EU support for security, research, and innovation. He initiated the negotiations for Poland's accession to the European Union, served as Prime Minister of the Polish government, held the esteemed position of President of the European Parliament, of which he has been a dedicated member since 2004. It's my great pleasure to introduce you, Mr. Jerzy Buzek. Welcome, and thank you for being with us today.
Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure for me to stay in front of you and deliver a few points which could be important for our conference, taking into account my experience as being in European Parliament and also in the Polish government. So, dear guests, experts, scientists, innovators, representatives of research institutions and industry, end users, maybe you are the most important in our meeting. It is an honor to speak at the conference Boosting Security through EU-based Innovation. In such a critical moment for European security. We know everything about that. In times of rapid geopolitical shifts, new digital threats, and technological revolution, we are faced with the question, fundamentally important, how can we build stronger, more resilient, and sovereign security right here in Europe? I would like to share with you several key reflections in 5 points, let's say, short enough. I would like to speak longer than 12 minutes, maybe. Importance of security made in Europe, the role of research and innovation in this vital field, and the specific challenges and steps we must take to ensure that innovations and research and innovations, both of them together, truly reach those who need them most. It means end users, practitioners. So, point number 1 from my side. Security made in Europe. Why it is so important? Security made in Europe is more than just a slogan. It is a matter of strategic autonomy. It was even underlined by our moderator. Thank you very much for that. In recent years, we have too often relied on technologies from outside of the continent in digital defense systems and others. This makes us vulnerable, not only technologically, but first of all, politically, and we feel it in Europe. Building security in Europe, not outside, but inside our continent, means, first of all, control over critical technologies, extremely important. Secondly, faster responses to threats. And thirdly, strengthening our European internal market and industry. Strengthening our economy, generally speaking. Moreover, by investing in our own solutions, we support our European innovation, research and innovation, create jobs and foster the development of sectors such as artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and quantum technologies. Second point from my side, the role of research and innovation in the field of security. Research and innovation is today, simply speaking, the foundation of every modern security system. Foundation is very important. And first of all, they anticipate future threats, such as hybrid attacks, disinformation, or deeply hidden cyber threats. Secondly, create tools that effectively support services from smart cameras through anomaly detecting algorithms to quantum communication technologies. Very high-level technologies, generally speaking. And thirdly, improve crisis response as demonstrated by the time of COVID-19 pandemic and current conflicts beyond our eastern border. EU programs like Horizon Europe, the Internal Security Fund or the European Defence Fund, money are very important, we know very well about that, support hundreds of initiatives that link science and industry, promoting innovation, including end users involved in innovation. I will say about that once again. Point number 3 from my side, the Security Research Event 2025 is very important for us. Thank you very much, Madam, who are responsible for everything what is going on in our conference, for underlining some of them. But let me say, in our security research event, first of all, we've got a real collaboration between research, industrial, governmental, and operational communities. So, working together in communities. And second important issue, presentation of dozens of innovative solutions from cyber attack detection system to integrated border monitoring systems. And thirdly, broad discussions on the barriers that still hinder the large-scale implementation of these technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, each previous security research event in the past has a conference, of course, security research event conference has shown us clearly we have the knowledge, we have the ideas, we have the products, but far too often we still lack an effective pathway from prototype to everyday application. So, nothing for end users. It is not good situation. Point number 4 from my side. What challenges does security face today, and how can research and innovation help? Among the key challenges that today require the support of research and innovation are: first challenge, hybrid threats and cyber attacks. We must develop resilience in critical infrastructure and combat disinformation. Very, very difficult, but absolutely necessary. Also in defending our democracy, our continent. Second challenge, new technologies used with ill intent, such as generative artificial intelligence, deepfakes, or potential threats from quantum technologies. We have to fight such, let's say, new technologies with ill intent. Third challenge, border security and crisis management, integrated, analytical, and predictive systems that support decision makers in real time, and dependence on external supply chain. We need European-made radars, drones, and communication systems produced locally. It's very important to produce as much as possible locally. We can see it also in Ukraine very well. So, our challenges. And point number 5 from my side, how can we increase innovation adoption by end users, practitioners? What should be the first step? Maybe one of the most important questions, because technology that stays in the laboratory protects no one, and it is not meaningful. For innovation to reach everybody of us, the street, let's say, the officers, the responder, analysts, we need a few things for that. First, the most important, the involvement of end users from the very, very beginning of our idea, our work, even in research and later on in the field of innovation. Projects must be co-created by those who will use them. Only then they will be useful. Of course, projects will be useful, practical, and tailored to real needs. Second, which is very important, simplifying public procurement procedures. Very complicated in European Union, generally speaking. Current procedures are often too complex and discourage institutions, startups, everybody who is interested in such procedures and procurement. We must enable faster, more flexible procurement, for example, through pre-commercial procurement. And third, strengthening cooperation networks, platforms like the European Innovation Council, thematic networks, security clusters, and European partnerships. All these tools, all of them are tools we must develop, not only in Brussels, of course. We need to develop them locally. Dear friends, great time for research, innovation in security. Let me conclude. There is no strong security without strong research and innovation. It means every fundamental research needs continuation in practical research and implementation between end users and cooperate on this level. But just as importantly, there are no effective innovations without practitioners, end users to implement them. So as I said at the beginning, maybe it is the most important that end users are between us. Thank you very much for that. That is why today we must state clearly, security made in Europe is our shared responsibility. It is not a project solely for scientists, officials, or companies. No, not at all. It is a project for every citizen who wants to live safely. So, for all our population, and we should discuss the issue very openly with our citizens. Let us build security together, wisely, locally, and with modern tools. So it will be great success in the future, and we believe in such success. Thank you very much for being present here in Warsaw, and all the best for all discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Busek. So, now it's time for next item in the agenda. We are having now the roundtable discussion on European-based innovation providing solutions to global safety and security challenges. It's an honor for me to be the moderator of this panel. Spoiler alert, the one that will set the strategic tone of the entire event. So please pay attention. Our aim today is to look at the big picture, how research, innovation, and operational needs come together to strengthen Europe's safety and security. With that, let's begin by welcoming our speakers to the podium. So, first speaker, Katarzyna Prusak-Gorniak, Deputy Chair of the Governing Board at the European Cybersecurity Competence Center, please. Then we have Matthias Hoel, Acting Deputy Director General and Director for Societal Resilience and Security at the Joint Research Center, and Tamara Schotte, Head of the Analysis and Strategic Coordination Unit at Europol. Welcome on stage. Let's start. So, Katarzyna, would you share with us your perspective on emerging technologies, priority investments in the cyber sector, and how EU innovations can address global security challenges?
Thank you very much, Alessia. And first of all, let me thank you for having me here and thank the organizers for coming to Warsaw to have this amazing event. It's good to be here in Poland. I would supplement the introduction that you made because first and foremost, I'm the head of digital unit in the Polish Parliament representation to Poland and working as a cyber attaché in the council, and as my second hat, this is the vice chair of the governing board of the ECCC. And having this opportunity, I would begin with sharing with you some insight concerning the program of our presidency. We have still some days left, but a lot has been done, and I would very much welcome to share this with you. As you know, our motto is worth to recall it. It was the Security Europe. It is still, and we, throughout the past 6 months, we placed the particular emphasis of multiple dimensions of security. In my case, it was especially cybersecurity. And here, the top priority in this sphere was to adopt the cyber blueprint, the framework for cooperation between 20 member states, 27 EU, to make sure that we are ready for cyber crisis and large-scale cybersecurity incident. And in a theme of this event, we also put a strong emphasis to make sure that we have a good cooperation and understanding with the law enforcement community, and there are links established between those two communities. We also put a strong emphasis on new technologies and to focus on the role of advanced computing and AI infrastructures as enablers of innovation in both the public and private sector. Here, being responsible, we are quite unique in the EU when it comes to digital, as in one hand, in one ministry, we gather the topics on digital, broad horizontal digital, telecommunication, cybersecurity and data protection. No one else in the EU has these three topics in one ministry. So having this advantage, we started discussion on the use of AI in the public sector. We had a debate on this in the Telecom Working Party, which was summarized in the presidency report. Then we had a debate on advanced computing and AI infrastructures, and that was the discussion on the development on AI factories in the first months of our presidency, to give input to the Commission, food for thought, for the AI Continent Action Plan. This is a strategic document presented by the Commission in April 2025. And this discussion that we made was giving input from member states on ideas on an AI Continent Action Plan. And indeed, this document aims to support innovation in secure and trustworthy artificial intelligence, making EU an AI continent. Last week, we also had our last event. This was the Digital Summit in Gdańsk, in a special venue, when further the ideas on AI continent were discussed through numerous fora. Then we also believe that European research and innovation holds significant potential to address global safety and security challenges, particularly when supported by appropriate frameworks for testing, deployment, and cross-sectoral cooperation. And for this, we need a coherent regulatory investment operation environment. That's why we also initiated the discussion on simplification and burden reduction. We had a roundtable discussion with our Secretary of State, with all the stakeholders, because it was also mentioned that you need a good cooperation between different stakeholders in order to understand what are the mutual needs. So there was this discussion, and we also presented a report summarizing the discussion that was presented at the TT Council on the 6th of June with the ideas from stakeholders how further we can simplify what we have here. Moreover, we also had a discussion on identifying key barriers in developing cloud and data infrastructure, in particular administrative burdens and investment-related constraints. Again, there was a discussion between member states where it was underlined the need to improve access to sovereign, sustainable and geographically balanced infrastructure. And this is particularly relevant in a sensitive domains such as internal security, crisis management, and the functioning of public administration. To come back also to cybersecurity, we also hosted in Warsaw an informal TT Council, and here it was for the very first time dedicated only to cybersecurity issues. And we adopted the Minister of EU 27 adopted so-called a Warsaw Call, where we also refer to technologies, and we are underlining the need to engage in a regular dialogue and strengthen the EU cyber foresight capabilities. And it was stressed that we need a roadmap on new technologies impacting cybersecurity that would address opportunities and risks. So that would be, from my side, in the beginning, the opening statement, and later I will move towards the ECCC.
Thank you very much. Matthias. What about the unique contribution of JRC, how it supports both safety and security practitioners, and how European research can provide global solutions?
Yes, thank you very much, Alessia. Good morning to all. And please allow me to say first a warm hello to all I know from my former times. I shook hands with several of you already. I'm the predecessor of Marta Sigan, and I was on the organizational side of this event. And a big congratulations to Marta and Nicolas for organizing this. It's quite impressive. So a warm welcome to all of you. Let me say a word about the JRC. And the JRC is, for many of you, probably a bit of an unknown player in the area of security research that I would like to explain a bit to you. The JRC is, like DG Home and like DG RTD, Directorate General within the European Commission, but we are a scientific Directorate General, having the advantage to be part of the executive body European Commission and to be close to the policy making. So our motto is, we do science for policy. We are there, and we have been founded by the Commission to allow the political level an evidence-based decision making. That is our role, and we are doing that with more than 2,000 scientists. These 2,000 scientists are on 6 sites, in Petten in the Netherlands, in Geel in Brussels in Belgium, in Karlsruhe, in Ispra, where I'm situated in Italy, and in Sevilla. And just to give you a bit of a flavor of our network, these more than 2,000 scientists cooperate globally with more than 3,200 organizations in 134 countries. So we are really a global player in the area of research, and the JRC is working in a way on all research areas. But let me come now more specifically to the security research area, and that is my directorate. I'm Director for Societal Resilience and Security, and I don't know whether we have the one slide I wanted to show to you.
Yes, we have it.
Yes, that's wonderful. So here you see the areas my directorate is working on. In the middle you have the European Union, which is currently in a very challenging geopolitical context, as we all know. And we are now trying to adapt also to this challenging context with our flagships we are working on. And the first point is the management of migration. So we are working in this area on the supervision of flows, what are the drivers of migration, etc. And this is very much linked to demography and longevity, where we are in the area of legal migration as well, and where also the unit is working on. We have then the big area, and there are a couple of stands also outside on border management, border security. I will go more into detail further on. And this border security union is also working on counter drones. We all see currently in the Ukraine war that drones are becoming more and more important. And we have one unit which is in Geel and which is researching a lot on drone and counter drone technologies. Critical infrastructure. The current times also, and we all know that, require that we modernize our tunnels, our bridges, our railways. In nearly all member states, this is a big issue. And we have now a new flagship where we work very closely together with DG Move, which is on the trans-European transport networks, where we, for example, now want to contribute by prioritizing, making a priority list which projects, which constructions have to be modernized as soon as possible or as a prior matter. In this area, this is about competitiveness. You need transport infrastructure to be competitive, but it's also about military mobility in our times, and that's why this is very important. Economic security, Mr. Bujek mentioned it in his opening speech. Economic security is about strategic autonomy of the European Union. We are working here on critical technologies. We have an observatory for critical technologies, etc. And then we have the whole area of space and Galileo, where it's also about spoofing, it's about jamming and all these technologies. And finally, there is one unit which works on risk management and disaster management. This is about prevention and preparedness. It's about the Preparedness Union. This unit is working on Copernicus. With Copernicus, we are currently providing on a daily basis for Brussels satellite picture on the Middle East. We did anticipation when it came to the blowing up of the Russians of the dam in the Ukraine in order to see how much water is still in the reserve basin to cool down the nuclear plant. This is the work of that union. So what I wanted to quickly demonstrate to you is that we are really a player in the area of security research, which is having a horizontal assessment, and we are very happy to cooperate with member states and with DG RTD in the context of Horizon Europe. To your last point, the European innovation and global solutions, very quickly, I think that security challenges are global. You cannot say we have European challenges and you have global challenges. Everybody is working on the same matters here. That's why it is important. That is one unit in my directorate who is working on emerging security challenges worldwide. We have to be aware what is going on. We have to be transparent, but there's a big but. The but is the geopolitical situation, and the geopolitical situation is as it is, and that's why we are currently in a limited situation to cooperate. And there we are in the context of European autonomy, European strategic autonomy, which Mr. Bujek mentioned. I leave it here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tamara, what about the practitioner's perspective?
Well, if you ask a practitioner what do you need, you can get a very long list. So, but maybe first explain for you, for those of you that are not that familiar with Europol. So Europol is the European Police Agency, and we are on an annual basis providing support to around 3,500 criminal or terrorist investigations. What does that mean in practice? Well, national law enforcement authorities are sending us the information, the data from their national investigations. We are collecting that information, we are providing analytical support, we are providing forensic support, and that on a daily basis. And what are we confronted with? We are in fact confronted with, as it was mentioned also during the keynote, we are confronted with a situation where crime is changing rapidly, where terrorist actors use constantly new tools for radicalizing, for recruiting people. So if you ask the analyst who receives today a mass amount of information, what do you need? Well, I can tell you the list is endless. But what do we need, in fact, as an organization? As an organization like Europol, we need a kind of a framework, we need an ecosystem where we can bring our needs, where we can explain what these needs are. And projects like Horizon Europe are excellent for that. This is the place where we as practitioners can connect, in fact, to the research and to the innovation people. But that's not the only thing. The other aspect is also that within law enforcement, we are also confronted with scarce resources. Very often you see that the ideas for a tool, that the initiation also comes from within that practitioner, because that's the person that is first confronted with the problem. But we don't have the means, we don't have the tools to make, in fact, such a tool. So that's why we also need that community. Now, what is the challenge that we are confronted with? And I don't want to go too much into challenges today, but if someone comes with a problem and with an idea, in fact, it's not that that person wants to have the solution tomorrow. No, the person wanted to have a response already yesterday. And too often, and that was also mentioned in the keynote, when we initiate an ID, when we launch an ID, when we launch a request, the response to that request is coming years later. And that creates a kind of frustration, if I may say, frustration on the side of the end user and the initiator, but also sometimes frustration within the research community, within the innovation community, because a tool or a solution that they have worked on for many years is in the end not used. And this is something which we are increasingly confronted with, because as data is changing, as crime is changing, as terrorism is changing, so also needs to be the tools that we are building, the research that we are doing needs to go at a higher pace than what it is today. And I don't want to end with this negative thing, because I think there are a lot of positive things in there, but I think it's something that we need to acknowledge, and it's something that we need to work on. We need to bring, in fact, these timelines of us practitioners closer to the timelines of the research and the innovation area.
Thank you very much, Tamara. Thank you very much to the three of you. So now let's explore a bit more, which could be as well connections among, the three of you. For all of you, how can we ensure stronger synergy between research outputs and real needs of practitioners on the ground, as Tamara was somehow already launching and raising? Katarzyna?
So let me now also start with explaining maybe what a European Cybersecurity Competence Center is, because I think that would be the newest from those three organizations that we are representing. So this is an EU body that was established by regulation with a seat in Bucharest, which has two kinds of tasks. That would be the strategic and the implementation tasks. The implementation tasks encompass implementation of the Digital Europe program cybersecurity part funding, and also implementation of the Horizon Europe research funding for cybersecurity. So the center is responsible for organizing the calls and choosing projects to be financed. On the second side, the center is responsible for strategic tasks in order to boost and make it stronger the EU industry when it comes to cybersecurity. And we not only have the center itself as a central unit, but we also have a network of national coordination centers that are based in every member state. And from what I have seen in our signal chat, there are some representatives of the NCCs here present also in this event, which is also a point to answer your first question, how we make sure that the synergies are here, that we combine different fora and they work together and exchange their knowledge and practice. So we have ECC, we have a network of national coordination center, and every national coordination center is responsible also for establishing a cybersecurity community at the national level to make sure that they are organizing those who are involved in cybersecurity aspects at the national level. They gather input, and through the NCCs and the network, it goes up to the center. We are also, as the center was, it's quite new, we are also now in process of electing a so-called strategic advisory group, which will give input to the governing board from the side of the industry, and also stakeholders, research, academia, so all the stakeholders that are of importance for our work. To make sure that we have right objectives. Also the so-called strategic agenda, a strategic document describing what are our goals was adopted by the governing board. And here we have the three short-term statements until 2027, as the center has its mandate now until 2027, which is the period for which the current financial perspective is. So we are supposed to focus on really making sure that the industry, cybersecurity industry is thriving, especially with a special focus on SMEs. And here the national coordination centers play a big role. We also make a strong focus on skills because this is very often, I think, in most of the events mentioned that without proper skilled workforce, we will not implement all the agenda that we are supposed to make. And the third point was to adopt an action plan describing concrete projects that we want to finance. This was adopted a few years ago. Now we are in course of, because of the changed environment that was also mentioned here, we are in course of adapting and reviewing the agenda itself, and we will have the discussions on that soon. So, in a nutshell, also to answer to your question, we need to make sure that there's a dialogue between all the stakeholders. We need to make sure that research also makes research on something that later on will be implemented by the industry. So we have this circle to make sure that it's only research and then nothing happens with the results of it. And through the center, we want to introduce such an approach. We combine research projects and then the depth projects, which can be used to further implement what was done in the research from Horizon.
Thank you very much. Matthias?
Yes, thank you very much. I would give you two general and 5 specific examples in this respect, what we are also concretely currently setting up in the Joint Research Center. The general example how we can improve the synergies between research results and practitioners is, of course, that we can better organize our networking through coordination platforms. There we have the series, there we have the event here today. This is what is already going on. In the JRC, and this is the second general point, we have 39 physical research infrastructures, which are partly also open labs, where also member states can contact us and can say, we would like to do some testing in your laboratories, and we are then happy to enter into an agreement. So this is also feasible. Tamara has said, that there is a lot of frustration of practitioners between practitioners and researchers, because the researchers are feeling that they work for the shelf, and the practitioners say it's coming too late. The question is what we can do concretely here to improve the situation, and probably it's not possible to do that only generally horizontally like in this event, but you also have to do it in specific areas. The first point, what we are doing in the Joint Research Center is we are currently building up a so-called security campus for research and innovation. This is in a way a brand, the security campus. It is mentioned in the internal security strategy of the European Commission. It shall be in place in the beginning of next year. And it will have 5 pillars. There will be all the labs together on border management, on law enforcement, on nuclear security, on space, secure communication and defense, and on crisis management. It's like a Roman temple, and we want to cross the borders of these silos in order to organize meetings to discuss horizontal issues, to create synergies, etc. We are currently setting this concept up, so I cannot give you all the details, but this is what we would like to have established by the beginning of next year. Mr. Buzek said, that there is the need, to be faster to come to the practical use. And you have said that we have to bring together around one table the researchers and the practitioners. And we are trying to do that with our border security lab. This is one area where we are becoming very concrete. This has been set up in April. The border security lab brings together all units and areas of the Joint Research Center, but it also brings together colleagues from DG Taxud for the customs area, OLAF for fraud issues, DG Home, etc. And it brings together the relevant agencies. So we have invited Frontex to participate, we have invited EULISA, the drugs agency, etc. And the first meeting on the technical level took place last week, where we now want to bring together those who are on the ground. Let's bring the example of Frontex and the border guards, who have the needs, who can tell us about the needs. Europol, by the way, is also part of it, I forgot it. And who say we would like to have in 10 years the following border technologies. And then our colleagues can say, you know, how can we ensure that? How can we further cooperate? So this is a real concrete example how we now want to improve the cooperation between practitioners, agencies in particular, and the researchers, and to lower a bit this frustration. We are also doing foresight studies on geopolitical developments and technological developments, which are also allowing to see what is coming up and where do we need to do research. And last but not least, let me give you the example I already mentioned in the area of risk management, where we do anticipatory studies, etc., and where we have a concrete cooperation with the end users when it comes to disasters and risk management. I forgot one point which is very important, and I'm very grateful for Marta Sigan to have agreed to that. We will start a trilateral, very informal, trilateral discussion between DG RTD, the Joint Research Center, and DG Home, in order to see what are the projects in Horizon Europe which are currently on the table, what are the projects the JRC is working on, where can we avoid overlaps, where can we create synergies, where can we coordinate better. And I think this is very important to do, in particular because we have scarce resources on all levels, and we will need to see, you know, that we make the best out of the limited amount of money we have available. Thank you. Thank you,
Matthias. Tamara.
There were two important things said by Katarzyna and by Matthias. So first of all, Katarzyna spoke about a dialogue and Matthias spoke about in 10 years' time. I would reduce that. I would maybe speak about in 5 years' time. We need to be ambitious, but we also, I think, need to be realistic. We, from the practitioner's point of view, we, in fact, too often go to the research community when it's too late. As I mentioned, we have a problem and then we go. But looking at now Europol's situation, we have a massive amount of information. We even have a dedicated role to inform the member states, to inform the European Union what is the next threat of organized crime and terrorism. So we prepared these reports. We even, with the Polish presidency a few weeks ago, presented the EU SOCTA talking about the changing DNA of serious and organized crime, how it's increasingly destabilizing our society, increasingly nurtured online, accelerated by AI and technology. Well, it's this information that we need to use to go and speak to the researchers, because it's in this report that we are saying this is how crime will develop in the upcoming 5 years. So it's not only about what is now the problem, it's what will be the problem in 5 years' time. The EU SOCTA and similar reports, IOCTA, looking more into cybercrime, looking into financial crimes, they have this basis. They at least anticipate on what will be the future threats. But that's not the only thing. We also have the Innovation Lab. We have foresight capacities similar to what JRC is doing, but then more in the area of serious and organized crime and terrorism. It's also from this that we can bring that information towards the research and to the innovation sector. So do we have the information? Do we have the ecosystem? Do we have the framework to do this? Yes, we do it. We just need to bring, I think, the people more often together also to discuss this. And I'm very often saying to the analysts at Europol, you can do 80% of your time criminal analysis, but 20% of your time you need to use to think about what is next. What do I need next year? What do I need in 2 years' time? What do I need in 5 years' time? Because this is of utmost importance. This will solve, in fact, your problems for the upcoming years. And I think that is something that every practitioner should, in fact, enforce towards his people. Use 20% of your time to reflect on what will be next. So planning is essential for us, also for practitioners. It's not only about supporting the criminal investigation and doing the criminal analysis. It's really looking into what's next in crime, what's next in terrorism, but also ensuring that that information reaches the research community and the relevant stakeholders.
Thank you very much. So from reactive to, as much as possible, proactive type of approach. Katarzyna, how can Europe maintain its competitive edge in key security technologies given global competition and rapid innovation?
Let me start still with mentioning some of our projects, because we mentioned security campuses, but we also are member states, and we are coordinating this also within the ECCC, are having cyber campuses, where they also connect all different stakeholders to have this dialogue that you have mentioned. When it comes to skills, last week we have launched the industry academia network for cooperation when it comes to cyber skills, and hopefully this will expand together different representatives of universities and academia in general dealing with cybersecurity, together with practitioners delivering concrete trainings for cybersecurity. And one important agency was not mentioned yet. It's ENISA, EU Agency for Cybersecurity. We started our presidency in the Council with inviting the Executive Director of ENISA, Executive Director of ECCC, and Deputy Director of Europol, also to have using this buzzword, break the silos between those three organizations. And it was also, we encouraged also them to update and review the memorandum of understanding that Europol, and there was also EDA, I forgot to mention yet another community, the defense community, and there was also a representative of the European Defense Agency, and there was this discussion how they can cooperate more, because the cooperation is ongoing. And this is especially also important when it comes to cooperation of the law enforcement community with the cybersecurity community, to make sure that the knowledge and input from the cybersecurity community is also present when you are discussing how to fight against cybercrime. We also have under the NIS2 directive, the CESIRT network, so the representatives of cybersecurity communities at the national level. And there we again invited the representative of Europol to come to a physical meeting of the CESIRT network, also to present the work of Europol and to try to discuss how we can combine even more the community of Europol together with the community of the CESIRTs. Because as you said, we need this dialogue. People need to meet. They need to discuss in the spirit of cooperation, and again, breaking down those silos. And to answer your questions, well, we have adopted a lot of legislation. I will speak about this because I was involved in most of the digital / cyber legislation that we have there. Now we need to implement it, but also we, as I already said, launched the discussion how we can streamline those rules in order to make sure that it supports innovation and make sure that the EU thrives in this respect. So I would say we need to, again, to have a lot of discussions. We need to make sure that we are 27, that we are doing this in a coordinated way. We are not ending up with 27 different ways of implementing EU law. And for that, we have different fora to discuss, and we need to discuss, but those discussions need to be prepared. So also what we did during the presidency, we always made guiding questions that were sent in advance, so there could be some brainstorming back home before you come to the meeting, and you could present a result of this brainstorming and the ideas that you have, and it really worked. Because I give this example that if I don't send the guiding questions, 3 member states raise their flags. If I send the guiding question, 16 member states raise their flags. And what we did more, we also, after the discussion, we asked for the written inputs, and we prepared reports also to have something in writing to make sure that we have a common understanding what was being discussed and what are the conclusions from such discussions.
Thank you. Matthias, Tamara launched a clear message in her last, answering. what more could JRC do in terms of translating research results into practical, support for the practitioners?
The first thing I have already mentioned, and that is in a way an increased networking, wherever possible, to network with member states, with industry, and with the EU agencies. And I gave you the example of the Border Security Lab, where we are exactly trying to do this. And I really hope, and that of course requires also that the practitioners make up their mind what you would like to have in 10 years' time. So it's a two-way street. I'm really looking forward. We are starting this now. We will have 2 technical meetings per year and 1 meeting on the senior level. Whether this will really then generate results and improve the situation. The second point where we can provide very concrete practical support is via guidance. I can give you the example that we brought out a handbook on drones, for example. We brought out a handbook on the protection of public spaces. Both handbooks were welcomed by member states a lot, and there were very concrete discussions on this. And we can, of course, as JRC, our researchers can provide on other areas, on further areas, handbooks of this kind. Another point is that we in the JRC provide training, and we also can provide exercises, and we are doing this, for example, in the area of the drones, also with member states. So there we help also the practitioners. And last but not least, there is a very sensitive issue, but I want to mention it because there are many colleagues here who are working on the national level. I think that a very concrete practical support would be to enhance data integration and data accessibility. We are currently building up in my directorate also our work on defense, what the JRC can do in the area of defense. And the elephant in the room are data. We need data. And that is a big problem because there is often the resistance to provide these data. But we are living, as Mr. Buzek has said, in dangerous times, in difficult times, and we have to make a big step now towards each other. That, I'm not naive, that means that we need to build up trust between the national level and the European level. And we are doing this, for example, via security clearances, that we have a very restrictive policy now that colleagues who are working in this area will need a security clearance. We are also building up in ISPRA, what DG Home already has, a secure zone, so that we can have meetings with member states, with other international organizations which are absolutely secure. And then we have to make the big step to trust each other and to exchange data, because that will help the researchers to do their job. And that would be a real appeal to all of us, to reflect how we can realize this. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias. So, Tamara, you launched the call, then Matthias and Katarzyna answered, but now from Europol's perspective, how can law enforcement shape the research agenda more directly to meet the operational needs?
First, Matthias, I understood the hint very well about you need to know what you want. Just as a detail or as an anecdote, a few years ago, I got as a kind of a gift a cartoon from a colleague from the ICT department. And it's in fact a famous cartoon that was a bit adapted to the operations directorate. So there is a person on that cartoon and that says they called from operations directorate. And the other person from C says, and what do they want? They don't know. The next person says, but what then? Well, they want it now. So it's one of these famous things, and indeed, I think that is correct. Very often the request, the demand towards the research community is very unclear. And we also need to learn to prioritize. And it was a topic that was not mentioned here because we have a limited budget on both sides, so prioritization is important. But what is the situation today? Well, Katarzyna mentioned to all the regulations and the legal changes that took place over the past years. So I think from the EU perspective, a lot has been done to facilitate this cooperation between research, innovation, and the practitioner side. What we need to do is to leverage and to explore, I think, even better these legal frameworks. We from Europol, we were very happy a few years ago when we got this dedicated, what we call our Article 4 in our Europol regulation, that we could provide, in fact must provide input towards the European Union on what is in fact needed, what could be done in the research environment. We are all speaking about breaking the silos, breaking the walls between all our agencies. And our management of all our agencies is regularly meeting. But we also need to bring that down to the working level. There are all kinds of exchange programs between the agencies. We need to bring our people together so that they can also better exchange information. Do we have the budget? I think although that all of us are very often complaining about budget constraints, we have a lot of budget available. There are a lot of projects there, but also here it's about choosing the right project and a project that we can project and also use on the longer period of time. Do we still have some challenges? Yes. And do we still need to work on certain legal frameworks? Yes. From our side, it's sometimes challenging to find the balance between data protection, if I can mention the word here, and research and innovation. It's difficult to explain sometimes to the practitioner. It's difficult sometimes to explain also to the citizen that there is a solution, but that you cannot immediately use it. So I think we are on a good way. I think all the noses are in the same direction today. We have as well the legal frameworks, we have a budget, we have the technical skills. There are a lot of skills in the EU. We sometimes forget how strong we are, the knowledge. We are a knowledge hub in the EU. We just, I think, need to bring it together, break down these silos, and prepare really for future solutions.
Thank you. Now, to wrap up, one quick last question to the three of you. So, if we have to look ahead, which would be one priority for the community in better linking research and Europe's societal resilience?
I would refer to what Matthias said, building this trust. And the trust is being built between people. So you need, as it was mentioned several times during this panel, you need to bring people together.
Matthias?
I would refer here to an actor which hasn't been mentioned so much, and that's the citizen. I think we have to ensure that our research is well suited for the needs of our citizens and to protect our European way of life. And that is difficult enough. First, because citizens are very sensitive when it comes to security issues and to security law. It's again a question of trust, I would say. But I think we have to make clear, and that is very much for our politicians to do that, we have to make clear that if you have to fear for the safety and the life of your family and your own life, everything else becomes secondary. We all agree that we need to work on climate change, etc., and we need the citizens for that as well. But if you don't feel safe, if you fear for your life, all this becomes secondary. And that's why currently security research is of such a key importance.
Yes.
And that we have to make clear to our citizens that we are living in times where we need this, and unfortunately we need to have more restrictive measures, and this is also a question of mutual trust. That would be my answer. Thank you.
Tamara?
I think we must be smarter. And all together we can be smarter. We must be smarter to reduce this dependency. We must be smarter to avoid the overlap that we are creating. We must be smarter in being automatically then also complementary. And we also must leverage all the ideas and all the creations that were done. We have an innovation lab. We have all of the agencies and institutions here around the table that do a lot. We have a European clearing board. So let's leverage these things, and that, I think, will help a lot for the future of research and innovation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the three of you, to our speakers. Of course, now we welcome, further deliberations based on what you shared with us. And I would as well, ask you to keep in mind what has been shared now when participating to the thematic panels that will follow today and tomorrow. Now, we are going to have our first coffee break for the next 30 minutes. I kindly ask you to come back sharp at 11:30. In the meantime, during the coffee break, they will be running in parallel the demonstration of the project Nightingale, taking place in the demo area behind that wall. And the next item on the agenda immediately after the coffee break is thematic panel 1, Future Technologies and Capabilities for European Integrated Border Management. Thank you very much to our speakers, and we reconvene in half an hour. Welcome back to the main stage. It's now time to start with the first thematic panel on future technologies and capabilities for European integrated border management. For that purpose, I kindly invite to the podium the moderator, Marcin Kowalski from Military University Technology. Marcin, the floor is yours.
Good morning, and welcome to today's panel on future technologies and capabilities for European integrated border management. I'm Marcin Kowalski, and I will serve you as a moderator of this panel discussion. It's a great honor to moderate this discussion at such a pivotal time, not only for European security, but also for the global order as a whole. We are meeting today against the backdrop of a rapidly evolving geopolitical landscape, the return of a military conflict in our border, growing instability in our immediate neighborhood, hybrid threats, irregular migration flows, and the weaponization of information and infrastructure all challenge the way that we think about borders and how we manage them. Borders today are not just lines or a map. They are dynamic interfaces between security, freedom, and resilience. This means we must constantly adapt and innovate to safeguard both the integrity of the Schengen area and the values it represents. Technology and research have a crucial role to play in that process, but the challenge lies not only in what we can develop, but how we will ensure trust, interoperability, fundamental rights, and operational readiness. I listed a couple of objectives for the discussion today. And one of them is what's the most important aspect of border management within current geopolitical situation in short term and long term. What technologies are emerging on the horizon that can shape future border management? How do we bridge the gap between the innovation and real-world implementation? And how can we ensure that Europe stays ahead strategically, technologically, and ethically? I'm very much looking forward to rich discussion today. And let me briefly introduce and welcome our panelists today. Nadia Marev is a member of the executive board at TechEver, a company that offers a surveillance-as-a-service solutions, delivering actionable real-time intelligence to make oceans safer and save more lives. Managing Director of TechEver France with over 20 years experience in aerospace and border management sector. Darek Sanders, Deputy Head of the Frontex Research and Innovation Unit, leading efforts to develop advanced solutions for border management. He joined Frontex in 2010, moving to Research and Innovation Unit in 2018. He has a background in UN Security, Safety Service, and NATO headquarters. Graduate of Military University of Technology, also served as an officer of Polish Army. And last, Giacomo Antonioli, an Italian Coast Guard officer with expertise in maritime domain awareness, safety, and security. He has commanded 3 offshore vessels and taken part in numerous search and rescue and law enforcement missions. He represents Italian Coast Guard in several international groups, including EMSA-SAR, NATO White Shipping, Frontex Maritime Intelligence. Welcome. With this group of experts, we have 3 different views: business perspective, technological perspective, operational perspective, and the officer perspective. The agenda for the discussion is following. We will start with a 5-minute statement from each of the panelists, corresponding to their view on the topic of the panel today. Then we will jump a bit into discussion on the topic, starting with the geopolitical context. Finally, at the end of the panel, we will have a follow-up discussion with possible questions from the audience. You can scan your QR codes, which are written on your badges. These QR codes will direct you to the Slido where you can ask questions, which will then probably be used during our discussion. So let's begin. So let's start with the open statement from each of you related to the topic of our panel discussion. Nadia, I would like to ask you to be the first panelist giving the open statement.
Thank you, Marcin. I'm really pleased to be here today and thankful to the organization for inviting TechEver. So TechEver, we are a leading player, I would say, in unmanned aerial systems. We deploy our solutions across Europe and beyond. We develop, we design, and we have an end-to-end European approach because our drones are fully developed and manufactured in Europe. Today, we have a strong footprint in different use cases or topics, mainly related to defense, security, civil protection. We work for different actors like navies, coast guards, protection and emergency services all over the world. What sets us apart today in TechEver, and I think that this is important for today, is our European approach. And I think that, as it has been said since this morning, it's super important because we ensure sovereignty, we ensure also compliance with EU values that we all share in this room. We are also not only a manufacturer, we are an innovation partner for the practitioners, for the research institute. We build partnership in order to bridge the relationship and the gap between what the industry can provide, the researchers can also do on their side, and the operational field, in order to make sure that we have effective solutions in order to ensure Europe's security. So it's with this idea in mind that I'm participating today, to see how the industry can help not only bridge the gap, but also provide efficient solutions to our practitioners, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. We will for sure explore your background on innovation and technological experience. Giacomo.
Yes, thank you, Marcin. First of all, let me give briefly the chance to say thank you for this invitation. For me, it is really an honor to be here in so interesting event. As you said, I'm the head of Analysis, Information and Statistics Support Unit of Italian Coast Guard headquarters, as well as Senior Duty Officer at the Italian Maritime Rescue Coordination Center. So my approach to the topic is as an analyst with an operational soul. In my opinion, for sure today, I'm not an expert, I say right now, on technologies. I'm not a technician
but you have the officer perspective.
I have that perspective, but I am a user of technology, so I guess to know what I need, because mainly also because I know what are the gaps in our organization. So for sure, in Italian Coast Guard perspective, I guess that the data are not more, the lack of data are not more, is not more an issue. We have a lot of data in our databases, thanks to our functions In Italy, Italian Coast Guard is responsible for 9 of 11 European Coast Guard functions, including safety of navigation, safety of human life at sea, security with regard to ship security and port facility security, emergency response, environmental protection, etc. Then we are also the Italian Maritime Authority. So we follow a ship from the beginning, from the building up to the demolition. We have everything, we know everything. What we miss maybe in this moment, and in my opinion, is the real challenge, is the time to analyze, to manage data and analyze, because my aim is to prevent, analyze the data in order to find any possible threats that are hidden between data for a predictive analysis. And this is very important nowadays, more in the past, considering the asymmetric threats that we are facing, especially in some parts of the world. And we approach to asymmetric threats not just for ensuring the security of our borders, but also for safety reasons. When we know that in the Strait of Hormuz, in the Red Sea, also in front of Israel, for example, we have a lot of problems with GPS interferences. For sure, they are for military purposes, but they have a great impact also on the safety of navigation and on the safety of our crew. And this is a Coast Guard responsibility. For instance, just a few weeks ago, a vessel grounded into Red Sea for interferences on GPS, and 2 vessels crashed in the Strait of Hormuz. So what we try to do is to integrate the security of our borders with the safety of navigation, with the safety of our crew, so integrate all data available, and in order also to predict what can be the threats that are hidden inside the data. And that's very short.
Thank you. Thank you. Darek?
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you, Marcin, for this panel, and thank you for the organizers for this incredible opportunity. It's an amazing year for all of us. We have the Polish presidency here in Warsaw, Poland, where we are seated. It's the 20th anniversary of Frontex, the European Border and Coast Guard Agency. It's the 10th anniversary of Copernicus in Frontex, and so on and so on. Also very important, 15 years of my work in the agency. I hope the agency will celebrate it somehow. And during the initial talk and info from Prime Minister Buzek and the roundtable, there were some very important messages. They were so important that I had to change what I was going to say, sorry. I was going to talk about technologies and the things that we are focusing in, but I thought maybe let's focus on what are our priorities or guiding principles for research and innovation right now and in the years to come. So I took some notes because, with age, things stop working so well. So first off, and the most important priority is ensuring results of research and innovation become operational, or as the Prime Minister said, that they reach the end users. So that's number one, that's the guiding principle. But to get there, we will have to, and we are doing it, we have to review and adapt how we do research and innovation. It's a new environment. We are in this perma-crisis, poly-crisis. So we have to change the way we do things. And it's not just talking about it, it's doing it. So we have to review the research and innovation model, how to make it more agile, how to make it sustainable, and really focused. And then the third priority for us, or guiding principle, which is necessary for this focusing, is we need to align with the already established European Border and Coast Guard capability roadmap. So there is a roadmap for us, for our authorities, and we know what are the expected results in 27, and we know where we want to be in 2037. So we know where is the end goal. And also we have established a Frontex research agenda. So we stick to the activities we had planned, so that way we focus and we are more targeted. And something I must highlight, which is quite often confused or a synonym, technologies and capabilities. Research and innovation, we in Frontex focus on capabilities. Yes, we work with technology, but we try to be agnostic. And that's something that was mentioned, the users don't know what they want, because sometimes the question is wrong. Sometimes the question is, what equipment do you need? And the question is, what are you doing or what are you planning to do? And we will work out what solutions will deliver that capability to you. So we work on capabilities. And to wrap up this first intro, I will give an example. We are right now in Bulgaria working together with the Bulgarian Border Police on a pilot project, on a demonstration and assessment innovation action to test tactical unmanned aircraft systems. This is an activity that they will be taking 2 months. We did the kickoff on a demo day to the member states, to experts, to EU institutions, to our sister and brother agencies. And now 2 months we are in the field working operationally. So making it as close to the operational environment as it can be. And we are building a so-called surveillance and situational awareness bubble, integrating different sensors, technologies, and assessing the processes. And to show a bit what we are doing, we have a very small clip. So if we could play the video, that would be highly appreciated.
Thank you very much. So thank you for your statements. We have a combination of capability, technology, and operational perspective. So taking advantage of this combination, I'd like to ask a question on, considering we have a rapidly changing geopolitical situation, how do you see the border management in terms of capability, technology, operational perspective in 3 years? Giacomo, let's start.
Well, it seems an easy question, I guess, to to know, but the real answer, it's not up to me, but it depends. It depends on many factors. First of all, nowadays the world where we are living is really different from the one in the past. Not so much for geopolitical changes and development, that I guess that they are natural, but how new technologies have changed our conception of the time. And so it is not easy, I imagine, for you that are an expert, also to predict in maybe next year or in 2 years, not long term, but in a short term, what will be the new challenges and also the new technologies available. So the time, in my opinion, at least in my job, the time is really a challenge, because as I said to you before, we have a so large number of data, but on the other hand, we have few operators and few analysts that can process data. For instance, we have Italian Coast Guard Command and Control System that is called Pelagus. It is a fusion system. It's a system that integrates all the data that we have coming from all Italian Coast Guard sensors. And just in this moment, it displays more than 40,000 vessel tracks, just official data. And behind each single track, we have hundreds, thousands of information. On the other hand, I repeat, we have few operators.
So I assume what you need, what you will need more closely is data exploration tools, data analysis tools.
What I need and what I expect are technological tools that can help us in analyzing data, finding anomalies. For example, that can be also mistakes. For example, the captain of the vessel have to submit a lot of information inside our systems before entering before calling our ports. So maybe there are some mistakes, it is normal. But maybe there are some fake information that are put inside our system in order to avoid some inspection or control. So what I need is for sure a tool that can integrate official data also with open source OSINT information. So artificial intelligence in this way, I guess that it is really important, because they have to help me in analyzing data. Data alone is no more enough. At least it is not in my job. Yeah. And I repeat, I have thousands and thousands of data. It's impossible for my operators to analyze everything. So we need the specific tools that can analyze data, finding anomalous behavior, for example, or mistakes. And that can allow us to prevent any possible threat.
So I believe this is the room for technology. Nadia, what do you think?
Well, first, to answer your question, and actually I agree totally with you, Giacomo. I think that the bad news today is that no one knows what will be the need in 2 years. This is something that we understood and we embraced a few years ago, especially with the start of the war in Ukraine, because no one was ready with the technological challenges that we faced when we first deployed our solutions there. So I think that this is the new reality that you need to face, and we need also to help the practitioners find solutions to. And it's what it is. So the way we decided to go at Tekever is that, of course, we work on all the new technologies, AI, new sensors. We also integrate satellite communication. We embrace the challenge of GPS-denied navigation and so on. But internally, what we do and what we are constantly doing is to build a company that can be future-proven. from an organization point of view, we need to be ready to innovate at a fast pace in order to be ready to provide solutions to whatever technological challenge we will be facing in 2 years from now, that we all ignore, because things are moving super fast. The challenge is becoming, from a technological point of view, more and more complex and more diverse. And I think that no one can predict actually what will happen. So at least as an industrial player and a private sector, we need to be ready to innovate as fast as possible when the challenge will be in front of us in 2 years or in 3 years. That's the way we are building the company in order to make sure we can face it. And this is what we did when we started to work, especially in Ukraine, because I think it was the first time we faced such a rapid evolution of technology on the other side. So to give you an example, the first year of deployment of our solutions in Ukraine, we did 100 iterations on our technical solutions, meaning that we iterated with new solutions, new technologies, and so on, 100 times in 1 year, which was the first time for us.
Twice a week.
Yeah, twice a week. So because this is what it was needed. And apart from this agility, I would say part, one important thing, and I think that this is an important takeaway, and I really wanted to share it with you, we need to be close to our end users. It was also the only way for us to understand the challenge, is to be as close as possible. So I think that the partnership, the private-public partnership, be it practitioners or research institutes, is very important, because it's the only way if you want to innovate fast. Otherwise, you will always stay behind the technological challenge.
Thank you. Darek, what's your point of view from the capability perspective?
Yes, thank you. You made my life a bit easy because I mentioned the capability roadmap. So if we spoke about the future and I didn't mention the capability roadmap, it meant I didn't mean it. And for us, it's, I would say, really easy looking into the future, because we have the light at the end of the tunnel. We have our goal. So being practical, for example, there is 2 priorities in the capability roadmap that we have taken on board. So one is the implementation of a pan-European integrated surveillance system. So we know what we need to do to reach that by 27. So we have the end goal. We walk in that direction. But I also mentioned agile. So we had a long-term planning, but the moment we are drafting our terms of reference, our business cases, we modify them to fit in the current environment and what we foresee in 2-3 years. So for example, we had planned for next year testing, demonstration, and assessment of advanced vertical takeoff and landing drones in the maritime environment. And we have just added high-altitude pseudo-satellites to the future activity. Why? Because we have realized we are missing that element, and we cannot stick to the past. In the area of checks, we are already working with Italian authorities on AI integration into border checks, because we also know that by 27 there is an expectation of highly secure interoperable systems. So we're taking the steps. But it's important for us, and I think for everyone, to follow at least 2 important streams of work: the agile, rapidly changing and responding to these changing needs, but also keeping the long-term, these flagship activities that they keep sailing, looking at the long-term, because now it keeps changing. And if we keep changing our activities every year, in 5-10 years, we might realize we didn't spend enough time for this mega change or this situation that will impact us.
So having this perspective, I see that we have a lot of data, but we also need more data if we look for new technologies, for satellite, for surveillance. I think, well, border checks are mainly covered. Right now, my personal opinion is that we need to more focus on surveillance on different areas because, well, we have many movements, many different threats which come from different angles and from different directions. And what do you think if we see on the advanced surveillance technologies and the role of the technologies right now? What do we need? What do we need in terms of surveillance? What do we lack in terms of surveillance of the borders, in terms of land, in terms of maritime? What else should we focus right now at this specific moment, where we have war in Ukraine on the nearest neighborhood, where we have big migration? What improvements would you expect to happen? What kind of technologies you would be happy to see in the operation? And at the end, what can we do right now to adapt? Giacomo, can you start?
Well, I repeat, in my opinion, at least by my point of view, the lack of data is not a problem. First of all, I expect that new data that will come from new technologies will be followed by systems that can be able to manage and analyze that data. So our maritime domain awareness is quite, I guess, in my opinion, currently is almost complete, and it is very huge. I mean, also thanks to Frontex tools in the Mediterranean Sea, we have a lot of also drones with the streaming. So we know not 24 hours a day, but we have a lot of data thanks to the technologies. So the problem is how, in my opinion, this data should speak, because we need technological tools that allow us to cross-reference all the data. So the problem, in my opinion, is still the same. We need systems that can integrate not only the effective understanding of everything that is associated to the maritime domain that can impact on the security, on the safety of navigation, on the environment, on the economy as defined by YAMSR. But we need also to improve, to enhance our maritime domain awareness with open sources, with analysis of open sources. And in this way, for example, Italian Coast Guard is investing more than 90 million of euro to enhance our maritime domain awareness. Developing new technological tools. For example, we are now finalizing the Italian application of EMSVE, the European Maritime Single Window Environment. That is, for who doesn't know, it's a platform where, a European platform where all the captain, all the ships must upload a lot of information before entering in territorial in territorial waters. What we are developing now is a tool that can cross-reference all data in order that are uploaded in order to identify the threats.
Thank you. Darek.
Copy-paste, I don't think data is a problem. I think so much data is a problem. We are still humans. Technology has developed. We are stuck. So with all the streams of data and all the data sources, it's my personal opinion, operators are overloaded. And there are technological solutions that could be already applied or modified and utilized to fix this issue. Something was mentioned before today, a scarcity of human resources. So we have an ocean of data. We have less human resources or the same amount of human resources, but for many more tasks. So the answer is quite clear. We should automatize. We should simplify. We should filter, clean, do data fusion in a more efficient way for the analyst or the operator to receive what is the most relevant. And we could copy, and we should be copying a lot of things that are done in industry. When you go to some websites and you are doing some shopping online, there is this nagging thing saying other people also bought this. And the probability of that item to be bought increases. Now, if an analyst is looking at 3-4 screens, we know after a few minutes the attention span is gone, it's less effective. But if the operator is receiving a warning, this object might be of your interest, well, the person is receiving feedback from automation, can focus on the important tasks, and not, for example, looking at OpenSea from a streaming. Related to that and related to research and innovation, because we are here and it's good to discuss how we could solve some of the issues is, and I will champion a bit for research and innovation. Hopefully in defense they have it a bit, but we need also in security, we need a bit more freedom to be research and innovation. Because we would be able to deploy those tools, to test them, evaluate, and employ some of them. But our work quite often is tagged as business as usual. So we have the same restrictions as someone that is implementing a system that will be operational for 3 years. If we have a more controlled environment and only for 2 months, maybe if we were giving a bit of leeway, we would be more effective. Right now, the experience is our time of research and innovation is expanding instead of shortening. I think all of you have been to many conferences, and all of us are probably repeating, focus, agile, let's be agile. But in the background, we go to work, and we get, okay, there is a new regulation, and you have to apply it. And that's linked to another regulation, so we have to bring 2 institutions to give you guidelines. Actually, the guidelines will be there in a year or a year and a half. So figure out how to survive then. So our period from the gap and the requirement, knowing that there is a plentiful of data and we need to analyze and speed it up, so we know we'll have to wait 2 years and we get all the green lights, and we are actually able to do it. And what will happen might be we are no longer relevant, because the colleague will come and say, but that institute or that company from a third country, I'm not talking about the US and China, they already did it. So we should change the way we think and the way we operate to really make it really more European, more effective. And that's probably why you're here to discuss.
That's a good question for Nadia. How do you live in this regulated environment for R&D, where everything is somehow regulated in some boundaries? How do you operate?
Well, I think that we have different ways of operating regarding our research and innovation. Lots of it is done on the field or coming from the field, and in that case it's true that there are areas where you have regulatory burden and others you don't. So we try to work on both sides in order to get as fast as possible all the feedback from real condition and real world operations. Just to go back to 2 points that have been raised by my colleagues today. Regarding the scarcity of people that operate systems, 2 things are very important. The constant research in order to reduce the logistical footprint, and it was one point that was in your video, and we can only agree with that, because I think that today one of the barriers to use some new technologies is from end users like you probably, how are we going to deploy this in an effective way? Training is very important. It needs to be very intuitive and user-oriented, and the logistical footprint in operation needs to be as low as possible. And for that, I think that most of the players now use AI-based technologies in order to help the operators do more with less. So, for example, we developed a co-pilot, which is 100% AI-based, that helps our operators detect threats and things like that. Because being focused during, for example, on our side, we do the 18 hours operation in a day with crew rotation, but one crew can do up to 9 hours of operation, and it's very difficult to maintain the focus. This is like real-world feedback in order to detect all the threats that can be seen on the screen. And this is either our problem because we do service provision, or your problem if you are on your side the operator. So AI and new technology needs to be there in support in order to make this technology more usable, if I may say, for anyone that uses it. And today it's a challenge because I think that everyone, private sector and also the government entities, have an issue with human resources from a number point of view and from a training and skills. Maintain the skills. If technology is evolving fast, you probably have issues having your people also evolving at the same pace to embrace new technology and this and that. And with all the technologies that are available, there are lots of drones, lots of technologies. It's difficult to be trained on each and every of them. I think that's something else that is very important when designing our system at European level is the interoperability. So that you can handle the amount of data that you have. If each of us provides a technology that is not interoperable at European level, it will be just useless at a certain point, because we are not able to gather all the information that is there into a single system, or at least systems that can talk to each other in order to ease the interpretation and the extraction of data of interest for you. So these are things that we try to anticipate on the long run, I would say, at least when we design. And then you have the other challenges that we still don't know, that we will need to have the right organization to deal with.
Thank you for your perspectives. And hearing all of them, I can see a gap between R&D, the market, and the end users. So I see maybe not a gap, but there should be some kind of coordination of R&D and end users, better coordination to more rapidly adapt to the changing environment. So I believe that we should make mechanisms to better discuss between, so that R&D centers, universities, companies, technological centers can more easily discuss the problems with end users who will say, okay, we need this, but this means that we have that kind of data and we suffer analyzing them for specific reason. And how would you say, what would be the best solution from your perspective? What kind of tools or maybe bodies, I don't want to say agencies, what tools do we need to better coordinate the flow of information between R&D from the lowest level to the final solutions that are at the end user, that are in hands of the officers, of the border guards, of the law enforcement agencies? how to bridge this gap, how to better, what to make to enhance the communication between these 2-3 levels of the product life cycle. Darek.
You are being difficult today.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not coming back. Then 2 points. First, I will go back to too much data. In the world of research and innovation, of programs, projects, activities, there is, I was going to say hundreds, we're talking about thousands, and there are so many domains. So probably it's time that we also apply advanced analytics and AI to be able to question query systems and do simple question who is working on this domain and get a good answer, a good enough answer, not a perfect answer, to be able to coordinate things. But I think we can sort somehow that out. But I would go back to the priorities. Do we want to sort everything out? We want to solve all the problems of the world with the same priority? Or do we want to decide right now, for the year or two, this really specific item is a top priority? Everyone knows about it. There is no question that if you have to ask, I have 5 projects, I have less resources, all of them are priorities. Okay. If we got the #1 priorities, for example, surveillance and situational awareness, but they can put our resources over there. We don't forget about the long term for border checks and other technologies, but all of us know this is where we need to go and this is what we need to produce and deliver. If we continue having everything a big priority, it's more difficult to have all of these streams of work communicating and having the relationships and making things work. So a bit of automation, believing in artificial intelligence, which is not a threat, it's just a very powerful tool. Let's utilize it. We have our limitations. Let's utilize it, and then let's prioritize to get things done, really done and effective.
Thank you. Thank you, Darek. Nadia, what do you think? What can we do to improve the communication?
Well, I think that there is already lots of mechanism that allow to do that at European level. Not everything is to change, hopefully.
Yeah, but are they really effective? Do we need to be sometimes a bit quicker?
I think that there are 2 things. First, of course, the speed, but also, as Derek said before, we also need for some topics to maintain the long-term research on, because otherwise we would be constantly just adapting. This is more a rhythm that is adapted also to private companies, I think, rather than public research institutes. So it's okay to have different rhythms, but it's true that at least for us as a private company, it would be good to have such fast mechanisms in order to test new technologies in real conditions. And I think that also initiatives like the ones run by Frontex in order to have short but efficient and effective ways of testing technology is very nice to see, because I think it's a good way forward to have effective feedback also directly from the field on a technology and to quickly adapt in case of need. And then I think that something that is already being used but can be reinforced is to have always the end users involved in any research project together with the private industry in order to make sure that we close the loop between the 3 main actors and make sure that the feedback is done also very quickly between the field. I think that today, depending on the topic, having 5 years programs, roadmaps, research, or 10 years research programs is okay for certain topics, but it's probably not adequate for more operational and fast implementation. It's also good to have short implementations in order to fail. It's okay to fail in research. It's actually the key point. We cannot have a successful research without failing, but we need to fail quickly in order to adapt. So I think that that's the main thing.
Thank you. And you mentioned we need to have this end user in the loop, but sometimes, Giacomo said, you don't have resources to analyze data, and you would need to get additional resources to be involved in projects. And I know from my perspective, being in research project at the European level, it is very difficult to engage end users, in practitioners, in the security, in all the projects, R&D projects. And what is your perspective? How do you cope with that?
Yes, you're right, and this is for this that there is a gap, because technologies go faster than me, for sure. So I cannot follow. There are so many projects ongoing, and it is impossible for an end user to follow everything. I guess that we have to proceed step by step, starting from identifying the needs of the final user, and in my perspective is a risk assessment that should be combined to data, and interoperability of system. And in this way, Italian Coast Guard, for example, is fully committed into the European environment to share information. I don't know if you know the CISE, that is the common information sharing environment. Italian Coast Guard has activated an exchange node, and currently we are exchanging with our partners all search and rescue cases connected to migration flow in the Mediterranean Sea. And we are ready to activate through the same node also the exchange of information on fishing activities, and in the future about everything connected to pollution. So I guess that maybe, yeah, it's important to have a lot of projects, a lot of ideas, but maybe we should proceed step by step, ensuring the low level, that is interoperability, information sharing, analysis, and then evolving our needs.
Thank you. I'm thinking of using one of questions from the audience, and there is one. It has been mentioned that there is too much data, but not as many actionable insights. Where do European research projects versus tenders stand? It's actually touching a different perspective, not just directly from European research projects, but maybe tenders. How do you see this perspective? Darek, maybe I can start with you.
Sure. I will go back to prioritization. It's a very good question. I also believe in the statement that is in the question. There's a lot of data. But if we say actionable, we need to think what is the use case and what is the priority, because we cannot also generalize. There is a lot of data. Which data? A lot of space data, Earth observation data, border checks data, etc. So if we are able to identify the most critical use case, so for example, we are interested in situational awareness. So we go to data streams, Earth observation, then we start to focus and prioritize. And then you say, what actionable data are you looking for? Are you looking for large changes that impact the borders in a few months or years? Or you are looking for more tactical, indicating maybe there are certain cell phones in an area that usually there is nobody there, so there might be some unexpected human presence that might lead to illegal migration, so it's a result. And then we have the specific use case, a priority, and there are certain projects. I think Horizon Europe is an incredible program. Sometimes our calls are a bit larger, but we should focus on, and in Horizon Europe, for example, some of the work packages address those more specific issues. We in the agency, in the past and right now still, we also try to identify those use cases. So we had demonstrations, market research, and testing of maritime analysis tools, but we had the clear use case. Who is requesting the data? What are the insights? Because the moment we generalize, it's difficult to develop a solution or which modules we can bring to the equation. So I think much is going on. There are certain specific topics, but it's a very wide insights. Matthias was talking about demography. Yes, demography is extremely important for irregular migration and migration in general, but not everyone is interested in demography. Someone might be more interested in organized criminal activity, and you need special tools and special applications for that specific use case. So there is much going on. Probably we should prioritize a bit more, but there is always space for improvement.
Thank you, Darek. Nadia, can you give your break to answering this question?
Well, I think that if we really want to provide actionable insight, and I think that this should be the aim of everyone, the main thing is to focus on capability. It's what you said before. I think that providing data without thinking about the capability we are addressing is probably not the right way to do. Organizing a drone mission depends a lot on the capability, because the sensors that we will use, even the type of drone that we will use, depend a lot on the capability that we want to address, be it, for example, launching from a vessel or from land, doing 18 hours mission or just 3 hours. Is it deep find, or is it just around the vessel recognitions? Is it targeting? Is it surveillance? Depending on the capability, if we really understand the capability we are serving, then we will be able automatically to provide actionable insights. Otherwise, we just provide data, which increases the amount of information that you have to analyze. But with the focus on actionable insight, and then on via the capability, I would say, angle, I think that this would narrow somehow also the data that you have to analyze in order to carry your mission. So maybe another way of putting this is, instead of putting all the data in the same basket, I would specialize the data by capability or objective target, and then do the analysis on top of that already small amount of data that is already focusing on a capability. I think that today all the systems that are thought are maybe too much about sharing data without filtering out first what is the capability that this data was serving. And maybe this makes the data today not always actionable, which is, I think, the objective that we should all follow. I don't know if you share my view, but...
Giacomo, you want anything to add? Quickly, we have 1 minute left.
Absolutely, I agree with both of you. I guess that also the end user, the final user, must be involved into the process in the development of the systems, because sometimes it happens that my Italian Coast Guard engineers provide us a system. They say, okay, it's yours. I see the system, I check the system, and I see, but for me it's not enough, this. So we have the condition should be 360 degrees, including our engineers, final user, industries, and for sure the European framework. The European Union environment is fundamental, and it is very useful.
Thank you. So we're reaching our time. It was very fruitful, I think, discussion, and I think we owe the audience some bullet points of what we discussed to summarize our discussion. And I think the main thing is to closer collaborate between all the parts of the chain from the R&D, from the lowest R&D to the market, and with the end users. We need stronger collaboration. We need, I think, a stronger exchange of ideas and the experience and the requirements to have the solutions better suitable for the current operational needs. But I would like to ask you for single statement, single sentence of summary of what is really the top priority from your perspective right now, starting from Nadia.
Thank you. Well, I think that at least I will play my role as industry here. I would like to reinforce that we, private sector, we are very happy to be involved in all this research and innovation because it's important for us. We do it on our own, but it's super important to have this involvement of all the actors from the research labs and the end users. I think that the industry has its own role to play in research. Because I think that today, also with what happened in the recent years, we also feel that responsibility as private sector also to drive this innovation and this research and to help. We have other, I would say, leverage than the public sector. The private investment is very important today in order to accelerate Europe innovation and Europe sovereignty. So this is something that I think we should all embrace on the private side in order to increase our autonomy, our strategic autonomy.
Thank you, Nadia. Giacomo,
So
one sentence.
Few bullet points. Technological research, training, integration and the connection between system and the development of predictive analysis. This is what I expect.
Thank you. Darek?
One sentence. Real prioritization, delivering good enough capabilities in an agile way. One sentence.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you very much to our speakers and our moderator. And now it's time for the lunch break. We are going to break till 1:45, but please, in parallel, we are having the demonstration of the projects EISED and Ryzen taking place in the demo area. The demo area is exactly that way behind the wall, so please go there, don't be lost. If you need instructions, please ask. It's really easy to be found and really interesting to be there. Then the next item on the agenda after the break is the implementation dialogue with Commissioner Brunner. So you cannot miss it, and now enjoy lunch. welcome back to the main stage. It's now time for the implementation dialogue with Commissioner Brunner on strengthening the EU security competitiveness and facilitating market uptake. I'm now welcoming on the stage the moderator and the distinguished speakers for the panel, for the dialogue. So please welcome on stage Commissioner Magnus Brunner. And then Matti Ekdal Ubotica Tech, Isabel Lindfrech Fraunhofer, Witold Literaki Orlen, José Prieto GNV, Luisa Proenza, Polizia Giudiziaria Portugal. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much. First of all, thanks for coming. Thanks for sharing your time with us. I'm in a completely new role, I would say, as a moderator, which is great. Good to listen to you, to listen to the experts, of course. And I do hope it will be interesting for you as well. So thanks very much again for coming. Maybe just a few words on the objective of this implementation dialogue, if some people in the audience might not know so far. The idea is to have a new type of process, a new type of consultation process also, to make our policies back in Brussels, I would say, it's always back in Brussels, more effective, more supportive, of course, also for you, for the industry, for the researchers, for everyone. And of course, it's all about listening to your experience also, to help us finding ways to simplify. It's a lot about simplification. We do know and we are aware that sometimes there's too much bureaucracy also, too many rules, maybe sometimes too complicated rules. So we are here to listen to you where we can improve. And of course, hearing also and learning from your first-hand experience, what obstacles we are facing, of course, but maybe also some positive things, if there are any, hopefully. So we should and we would like to focus on these two topics: obstacles on the one hand, and maybe things which go well on the other hand. This is my first dialogue. I just came into office in December last year, so this is my first implementation dialogue. I'm a bit nervous, I would say, and especially being in a completely different role. Why is it so important for us? I mean, there are some topics, of course, and some challenges we are facing on a European level. That is, of course, competitiveness on the one hand, but also the security topic is on the top of the list. And combining these two topics, I think, is the very interesting part of our discussion. We are, of course, aware of the challenges we are facing altogether. There is I would say, a highly fragmented market on the one hand, a market which is also, I would say, difficult to enter. So maybe that's something we can hear and learn from you also. And a market also which is maybe driven by high costs also, and also, as I said before, administrative burden, which is not only in on this topic, but on many other topics, of course, as well. So today we are, of course, very keen to hear from you on how we overcome these obstacles on the one hand, and that's also for you, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we have with me here on the stage representatives of the security research industry, representing big companies on the one hand, SMEs, innovators, researchers, and also end users and the public and the private sector. So what all these people on the stage have in common is that they have the first-hand experience, and that's why I think it's going to be really interesting to hear from you, to help us to understand also better what we have to change, what we can do better also, and what we are actually doing right if there is something. So welcome. Again, I would like to start with asking you to introduce yourself, if that's okay for you. Maybe what you do, your names, of course, also, but also what you're doing. And then we, in a second round, we come into the real topics. Please.
Thank you, everybody, and good afternoon. My name is Matti Ekdahl. I represent an Irish company called Ubatica Technologies. And what Ubatica does is we do AI for spacecrafts, satellites, and we basically, instead of downloading data that we have heard today, that there is overflow of data for many, we deliver insights directly from space. So it's very rapid insight delivery, and this is where we actually lead the commercial applications in AI for satellites. And I have roughly 10 years of background in the space industry. I've worked in a couple of satellite companies before, and obviously been exposed quite a lot to security and defense and dual-use applications within my career. Thanks for having me in the panel.
Hello. Yeah. Hello. Isabel Lindefrech from the Fraunhofer Institute for Technological Trend Analysis. Fraunhofer is one of the leading institutes or organizations for applied research. As a non-profit RTO, we sort of act as a bridging element between the industry and the basic research. My institute focuses on strategic planning support, so I provide expertise in supporting public clients in their strategic planning and conducting co-creative and capability-driven development processes. I'm also an expert in the CERES group. We heard about that quite a lot already. Alessia is one as well. I also have the luck to be one of the experts in the national expert group, as we do have a national security research program. And I'm also a co-chair of the EATO, which is the European Association of RTOs, co-chair of the Working Group for Security and Defense.
Hello, my name is Witold Literacki. I'm from here, from Warsaw. I'm vice president in Orlen Group. I see many people many guests from abroad, so I tell you about Orlen. Orlen is such a middle-size oil and gas company, but we are operating in the 7 countries. We have 10 clients in gas. We have 2.5 million clients in energy. We have 7 refineries. We have power plants, about 3,500 petrol stations in 7 countries. So this is quite big business. It's around turnover. It's about from 80 to 100 billion dollars per year. So I think enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jose Prieto. I'm Director of Business Development for GMB, which is a Spanish company based in Madrid. We are a 3,500 size employee devoted to engineering. So I'll start by that. I'm also an engineer, which means that I tend to be excited with technology. I want to say that in advance in order to frame some of the comments that will come later on. So I'm also very excited to be in Warsaw. I find this to be a lovely city. I come very often to Warsaw. We've been engaging with Frontex since 2010 for the development of the Eurosur network. And I've been also in the business for a while. I get that my dark hair days are long gone. For me, everything started with the preparatory action on security research some 20 years ago. And I think that we have every reason to be proud of what we made. But we also made found some troubles in the middle that we will discuss in a while. I'm very excited about that.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you. I'm Luísa Proença. I'm Deputy National Director of the Judicial Police in Portugal. I'm very happy to be here and thank you for the invitation. I'm responsible for ICT innovation, finance, and asset management, more or less, is what my remit. I'm responsible for all the European projects that we have running in the criminal police. Judiciary police is responsible for the fight against crime, terrorism, the more serious and organized crime in Portugal. We also are responsible for the prevention of cybercrime, all the crimes that are really attempting to the democracy and to the state based on the rule of law. So we have a huge task, we have a huge mission, and innovation is one of our main focus. We need absolutely research. We need Europe, we need the Horizon Europe in order to be able to bring the most added value to the criminal investigation, because law enforcement agencies face a huge mission in Europe these days, and we cannot miss the opportunities that are given from European Union. And thank you for being here, and I hope to join to add something for the discussion. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Of course, you will add some very important things to the discussions, all of you. So thanks very, very much again for joining us. As I said before, I would like to hold this discussion on two main blocks, starting with the obstacles maybe, and then maybe in a second round talking about solutions, possible solutions also, and then maybe in a third round we could talk about things which are working well, or things where you say we can learn maybe from other parts and from other topics as well. So this is also important because we're always criticizing, of course, everything, which is okay in a way, but maybe there are some positive aspects of that as well. Maybe just a few words on what you said also in the beginning. I think the market is, and I would like to hear that from you if that's correct or not, the market is, of course, highly fragmented. I think that's one of the obstacles maybe we face with also different priorities of the different member states. Europe has a lot of advantages. 27 member states is always a challenge, I would say. That's what I feel in my everyday work. And also, sometimes it's not always aligned, I would say. The funding is not aligned. So there are obstacles there, I would say. I think it's also highly institutional. That might be also an obstacle, where the public administrations are often the end users, actually, and they prefer traditional, I would say, low risk products rather than focusing on innovative solutions. Maybe that's a topic. And then also the high entry barriers. That's also something which we might be able to talk about. So let's start maybe with the first question also to all of you. Is that something you see the same way with those three topics? And what are actually the most significant, be it regulatory or non-regulatory obstacles you actually face in practice when you develop and also deploy security solutions within the European Union? Maybe we start this time with you, if I may.
Okay. Well, from my perspective, I think we have the legal framework we need to act, to work, but security organizations, public security organizations, are very conservative. And what is not in the rule of law, it doesn't exist, so it's a problem. Everything is confidential. Everything needs to be supported in regulations or in law. So there we have a difficulty. It's a question of implementation and not the fact that the rules don't exist because they exist. The barriers that I feel are more regarding the cultural perspective that there are still in the security domain in public entities. I think there is a long way that we had already made with the European Commission and all the research that has been where we have participated along these years, but typically we need an easier way to engage with all the landscape of security with the industry. Some years ago it was not very well observed. If we engage in collaboration with the private sector, for instance, it was a problem because everything is so secret, so confidential, that we could not. But now we have overpassed that difficulty, and we collaborate very much with the private sector, with the RTOs, with all those who can bring added value inside of the organization. So I think we can make the process easier to have access to innovative products. But I think we'll have the opportunity to come to this topic again. But I think we have the law, we have regulation, but we have a fragmentation in the way we all use the regulations, because every entity, every country transposes the rules as we understand, and sometimes it's not harmonized, and there we have a problem. And we don't use the mechanisms that are already available. We need to make an effort to come together to discuss what are the opportunities and work together. That's my opinion. Yeah.
Should we be clearer maybe in formulating the rules so that the member states it's easier for them to implement them?
Yes, I think so. We should have clear guidelines, harmonized guidelines, even for the functional requirement that we have to identify when we want to design a solution for addressing a particular threat, a particular problem that we know that we are going to face in the near future. Even there, we need to work together and to harmonize our mindset.
We talked to the member states about that. I'm not too sure whether they agree, but we work on that. Mr. Ekdahl, what is your view on that, on the obstacles?
So I obviously reflect from my background in the space domain, space industry, and from emerging smaller companies. And I actually see that the biggest obstacles aren't regulatory at all from that perspective, but rather it's a mindset issue, I would say. There's obviously two big markets for space tech companies. They're in Europe and in United States or North America. And the mindset between these two continents is very different. On the other hand, from the regulatory perspective, I think we have a clear edge compared to our US competitors. For example, in how we can sell the technology, export it outside EU. It's way better for us than it's for the US companies to try to export their technology out of the United States. So regulatory-wise, I see a lot of good things from my experience. And kind of the mindset that I'm talking about is that United States has been solving their security problems with private companies since World War II. So whenever they have a problem, they call together the private companies. They initially fund, let's say, 5 to 10 initiatives, companies, to come up with initial solutions and ideas for that. And then they kind of funnel it down so that eventually they will give a contract to 1 or 2 companies to actually build and maintain the service that they need. And what I have come across is that in Europe we tend to wish to procure ready-made services that already exist, that are already proven, that are already proven capable and robust and reliable and all these things. And what it means is that it makes the market entry to the challenging government markets for smaller companies very difficult, because you would need to somehow find tens of millions in some cases of funds to develop and test all that and iterate, and then you can go and get some money of the end user. And it's a difficult equation, and where it tends to lead is that then it's the big companies who do the innovations. It's not always the best innovations. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't, but you kind of leave the smaller companies aside because they just can't compete. They don't have the funds required for this kind of iteration. And also, it kind of makes the whole cycle very slow in many cases. So first you need to get funds, then you can prove yourself, more funds, prove again, and so forth. So I see that it would be great to see more in Europe this kind of mentality that you co-create and you grant, not only grant money for R&D, but you grant a contract for somebody, a commercial contract, before the solution is fully ready and fully proven.
Okay. Do you think something will change now with the new administration in the US, that it becomes more difficult, or don't you think there will be any changes?
It has already become very difficult for foreign companies to operate there, and for US companies as well. I mean, they're slashing budgets, so it has an impact for the entire space ecosystem, I would say. But yeah, definitely life becomes harder for European companies to operate in the US.
It's also a chance probably for us, if we are quick enough and to change the rules. That would be a good chance actually at the moment. We should definitely use that. That's what we're here for. Thanks very much. Maybe we just continue about the obstacles. That'd be great.
Well, yes, I try to be complementary. We heard already a lot, and also today. I think on that levels of fragmentation, we mainly also always talk about the regulatory issues, but there are, let's say, other levels. If we look, for instance, at the practitioner and the critical infrastructure provider are same actors on the demand side, but with completely different needs, completely different backgrounds, one coming from the industry with a profit idea as well, and the other one like being public, and where innovation culture plays a huge role. It's already, and then adding on that, if you look into the nature of security solutions, most of them are not strictly like, it's not like developing something for microelectronics or something. If you have, for instance, a mobile application for communicating during a disaster with the society, to task them with things, you have an IT nerd coding the application. You have a researcher probably who tells you how to best formulate your message on the communication. And you have at least a firefighter or rescue service on the ground to forward that message. So if they come all from Warsaw, they don't understand each other in talking about risks or specific terms. If I, as a researcher, heard the term or think about problem solving, I'm thinking in decades. If a practitioner thinks in problem solving, it's usually seconds or minutes, otherwise people die. So it's that simple terms that we need to understand, that we have a different understanding when we work together, because we need to work together to develop those solutions. And that is one of the biggest challenges, to at least have that general understanding in the beginning of each project, to really agree on certain terms and what we mean with it, because we could write down objectives of the project, but everybody else, every partner understands something differently. So that's one crucial aspect. And it's also the nature of security threats that is very diverse and leads to fragmentation. If we just look at the Commission, for instance, we have DG Home, but that's mainly man-made disasters. We have DG ECHO for civil protection. We have DG Connect for cybersecurity. We have DG Sante for all health issues. We have DG Climate for climate issues. So that's not really, it's not helpful, and it's breaking down like everywhere. So it's not only that there is a regulatory fragmentation, there's a fragmentation of many, many levels, and we need to come to that conclusion that this is a whole of society approach. It is a general European interest to invest in security and in preparedness, and a must actually. and to overcome that fragmentation. And we heard today already to break the silos, it's probably one of the biggest challenges, I think.
It's interesting because what we try to do in the Commission in this mandate is that we align, of course, the different policies, because we also saw the fragmentation, as you mentioned, and I think security, of course, has to play an important role in all different portfolios and topics. That's why we implemented the Security College, which is something where we talk about security all the time on the different topics, because security is important when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to energy, when it comes to all different topics. So that's what we try, and also align maybe the different strategies also. We've got the defense strategy, or white paper of defense, we've got the internal security strategy, the preparedness strategy, as you mentioned, and bringing that together and aligning it is difficult because 27 commissioners are 27 different people, but that's what we try to do at least.
If I may, the general or the original idea of security research was in the aftermath of the big terrorist attacks in the early 2000s, London, Madrid, Tokyo, of course, New York, and the understanding that we need to have a cross-sectoral approach to those issues, because there is no one perspective that you could look at. You will never assess a pandemic in the whole of its meaning if you just look at it from the health sector, or the energy transition just under the energy sector. And that's why, to me, I mean, you mentioned that as well, there's quite some policy in place, starting from everything related to strategic autonomy to a lot of other things, preparedness and so on. Even the NATO is agreeing now, not even, of course, the NATO is agreeing that this needs to be a whole of society approach, because of course you would never win a war without a resilient society. So to me, cluster 3 is the smallest cluster under Pillar 2 in Horizon Europe, and to me that doesn't make any sense. It should be a general interest to invest in this and also in the research part.
Is the society ready for a whole of society approach?
Well, that's probably very difficult yet. I mean, that's considering, and then we are again with innovation cultures and breaking the silos, it's different. But I think we invested quite some efforts in understanding all of those obstacles in recent years, and DG Home did as well. And we developed quite some instruments to solve that. We just need more.
We always need more. There's always room for improvement, definitely. Mr. Lideraki, your view on the obstacles?
My view. All right. We are living in such a dynamical times where everything is changed from hour to hour. This is not from year to year, from hour to hour. If you were hearing the news from yesterday and today, everything's changed, yes? So it means that the regulations which were settled in 2015 shouldn't oblige now, because it's not this time. We need something different, yes? Something more flexible. I don't know what. I have a solution, I have examples, but I have no solution how to do it, what to do and what to plan. But I see the difficulties which are on the level how to run a business, how to care about the countries when the rights and regulations are very old and not for this day, yes? Of course, for example, now I am representing the company which has many of power lines and many of gas pipes, etc. This is thousands of kilometers. And how to care about it, yes? We have no any rights. We have private operators of this critical infrastructure. We have it. But if we see a drone above our infrastructure, we haven't any regulations what to do, what we can do, yes? Because it's a private. And in this case, we need some regulations. Of course, in Poland we have something. Maybe it's not enough, but something regulated. But if you are operating in different countries, we haven't any one regulation on the EU level. If you have on EU level regulations, we can prepare the procedures, we can prepare our people, we can prepare the tools. For this moment, I can't do the same, I can't react in the same way in Poland or in Germany. I can't. So this is, in my opinion, we need to change something, yes? Change regulations on different levels because times are very strange, and we should be focused on the open all the directives and maybe make changes. In my opinion, it was a good step with the directives on cyber directives, connection to CER, CER in English, and NIS 2. In my opinion, it was good, yes, because it was for all Europe. I understand in Europe, this is not United States where there is the one boss. If he say it will be run in this way, everybody is running. Now, here in the European community, we have 27 countries, and everybody wants to go in other way. Understand, because everybody has different business and goals and tasks, etc. But we need to find to find something what can find a solution for all of these countries. Thank you.
So you think we should have more European, a more European approach than a national approach?
In such cases, yes, of course. Everybody's saying it's too much bureaucracy in Brussels, and we know that. We know that because it's from a completely different way. We started. We would like to build the SMR. I don't know. Do you know what this is? This is small modular reactors. This is small atomic power plant. And when I said it to some of the politicians, he said, "Okay, we need to regulate it." It was only an idea. So if we can regulate such things very fast, so why we can't do it on the EU level about security?
Yeah, as a European Commissioner, I totally agree. Of course, more European rules than member state rules. But yeah, it's not that easy. And you were saying, and that's the big difference also between the US and Europe, that the US can be quicker. I mean, the president just signs some whatever, whereas I asked the President von der Leyen one day. I wanted to make a joke, but it wasn't a good one, I think. I asked her, why can't you just go there and sign something? And but no, we have to ask the Parliament, of course, the Council. Yeah, so it's a bit more complicated. Has advantages, but makes us slower in a way. Obstacles. Yes. We're talking about solutions already, actually. We're too quick in that. Obstacles.
Okay, so continue with the obstacles. I'm the last one to talk in this block. So most of the statements that I wanted to say having already been said. So I'm not quite sure to say that I'm happy about that or I run into trouble because of the risk of being repetitive. So in any case, the fact that the market is fragmented has already been said, and this is due to the fact that there are different needs among the different member states, and there's not a federation of operational needs and requirements. And we as an industry, I mean, I guess that's the same as you. We need stability and predictability, and we want to think big and plan ahead in the medium and long term. So in that sense, the more large EU collaborative programs that we are able to initiate, the better we are able to scale up and to meet the demands, which is that we all want. I mean, the fact also that, I think that you mentioned before, that the transposition of the EU directives is different among the member states is also an issue for us, because there used to be a certain, let's say, flavor in every member state, which is sometimes a trouble for us. The market is heavily regulated, so that can be contradictory to the fact that it's fragmented, but is related to the fact that there are many regulations and adopted in different ways in the different countries. Something that has been also mentioned before is the fact that the final users and the operators have a problem that they have to solve today or tomorrow. And then I already made the spoiler at the very beginning. We industry, we engineers are very much excited about technology, and we are talking about medium term, 5 years, 10 years technology. And this seems like a different universe to the final users. So we have to find the right combination between the operational needs that our clients need to meet today or tomorrow, maybe, and the long-term plans that we bring from industry, which is the state of play of a company like GMB, the one that I am representing today. I also wanted to mention something that has been before about the instruments for procurement. Sometimes the final users are prone to adopt a very classical, I would say, classical finance and procurement methods, and we feel more comfortable with more innovative procurement, like the PCPs, commercial procurement, public-private partnership, that sort of approaches, which tends to better meet the demands of the medium and long-term approaches.
Of course, go.
May I add
Yeah, of
something?
course,
Yes,
always.
yes.
Well, I think you spoke about strategy, and something that I think we can improve is that Europe has a strategy to fight against crime and terrorism. Europe has the regulation, we transpose the directives, and we work more or less together in order to meet the goals. But in the end, the strategy is left in the hands of each of the 27 member states. So the result cannot be aligned with the strategy. And this, I think, we have to look at it seriously. How can we have the strategy until the end of the process really aligned with the objectives? I think this is one problem. The other one regarding procurement. In our efforts to have startups and small and medium enterprises, we see that the framework is not very favorable to them because most of the times they don't have the list of successful projects that we are obliged to know. We have to demand from them to when they can apply for a joint procurement or an activity with us in the innovation domain. We have to tell them, please let us know what are the projects where you participated, the successful projects, and also the financial conditions that you have. And normally they have just been created, they don't have. And we have a huge risk to have them on board because most of the risk is for the public entity and we don't have means to regulate the risk. And this is one of the major problems, one of the most serious constraints that I feel because I'm responsible also for public procurement. How can I sign a contract with a small entity, a small company that has some months of activity, but that company is certainly the most agile that we know, and we would have certainly a very good result with that company in the shorter time than a company that is established and has a CV and a background already very dense. So I think we have to look also to this because startups, most of the times they bring an added value and immediately they are brilliant. They have very good ideas. They are very creative. Immediately they come with a solution. But there we have to be very secure with the challenge we face with them. This is an obstacle also for us.
I think that's what you always also mentioned when it comes to the US, where they're quicker because they can take more risks, maybe, as a public. Yeah. Maybe one, because you mentioned the financial part also, maybe one obstacle, I don't know whether you see that the same, is the funding and the money altogether. How do you see that? Is that a real obstacle? Is there enough money for supporting? Well, it's never enough money. I'm a former Minister of Finance, I know what I'm talking about. It's never enough money, of course. But is the funding one of the obstacles as well? Or is that something you don't see as a challenge?
Well, like you said, funding is always a problem in one way or the other.
Or are we too complicated also in the fundings, maybe? Different funds for different...
Yeah, maybe a bit too complicated. And for example, the EDF is a good mechanism in a way, but it has a lot of problems for smaller companies. You need to find bigger partners to partner up to build a consortium and these sort of things. But I think the kind of coming back to my earlier point is that in any case, all emerging innovative companies need venture capital money. And if one of your key segments is within the government and you can't close money out of that segment, the venture capitalist will ask, why don't you get any money? If you have such a good product, such a good solution, why doesn't the government pay you anything? And then we come back to my earlier point that we should have these sort of mechanisms where you get an actual contract instead of, or not only having a grant to R&D, because the capitalists or VCs, they don't really appreciate that much grants or R&D funds in that sense. They want to see that you can make money with your product. And this is kind of a chicken and egg type of problem that you start explaining that, well, we will get the money as soon as we get the money from you and we can finalize our product, and then the government customer will actually pay for our service because it's fully ready, it's scalable. They can start utilizing it operationally. So, yeah.
Public money can never pay for everything, of course, so we need a function, capital market also probably in this respect. And maybe the security topic is not so much in the head of everyone when it comes to VC, or is that something which comes up more, like the investing into security?
I think today definitely it's more than it used to be 5 years ago. And there's also a dramatic difference between a US investor and European or Asian investor. Like US investors have done that for decades. It's a not so new thing for them to invest into dual use or even military tech companies. But in Europe, it's a relatively new portfolio for them, I would say.
Yes, I would like to add also that, I mean, money is an issue and it's never enough, like you said. We are industry, so I'm compelled to say that. But jokes aside, the key for me is continuity. And I will explain. So I cannot stress enough how important for us is to ensure continuity of the projects, in the sense that if there's a technology in which you are investing, we are granted a research project, and then we end the project, and then the results end up in a drawer. This is wasted time and wasted money. So it's not only the money, it's the way in which it's implemented. To this regard, I would dare to say that there's also a certain fragmentation in the research program. So we have the civil security research in the cluster 3. We have the internal security fund, the integrated border management fund. We have Digital Europe, Connecting Europe. So, and all with its different particularities when it comes to funding and access to research. So some sort of aggregation in these research activities will be also helpful, I believe.
Any views on the funding? Too complicated, too fragmented?
Well, too complicated.
Or too much money around, or what?
No, definitely not. Actually, one, let's say, personal perspective from position of Fraunhofer, maybe it's not all simplification rules worked for everybody. To us, for instance, coming from actual indirect costs going down to 20%, 25% on average of the personal cost as an overhead was really not working well, because we fund our infrastructure through the overheads, and that is let's say, it's a very strategic decision as a non-profit organization to engage in research that is not 100% funded, let's say. So that's one aspect. But of course, well, I said it before, we need more money, and we could do more to provide this access to research, to do better matchmaking between the demand and the supply side, to facilitate maybe also access to investors, maybe also to startups and so on, to better prepare a platform where research results and outputs could be presented, and to find those investors to follow up this project, post-project gap. We could do better training and mentoring along the research process. We could facilitate the access to bigger research and testing infrastructures, especially for SMEs and startups, to test their things in sort of real world environments. And we could, of course, do better in the research projects, but that's on the solution side, that's not related to funding. But yeah, I do think that this ecosystem of security and resilience, and with all these multi-stakeholders that we have, could benefit from more funding to simply enlarge that and to also invest in talking about security research and its results. I don't think, you know, when I come here, this event is sort of a class meeting to me. Like, it feels like knowing everybody, which is a really heartfelt, warm feeling. On the other hand, it's completely frustrating and frightening that I nearly know everybody. It shouldn't be the case, right? There should be a vast amount, especially of practitioners on the demand side, to be interested on the upcoming future solutions and the way we proceed, and to raise their demands and to raise their requirements. So to invest more also in advertising for this whole thing, and to make that public, that we are trying to prepare the whole society to upcoming threats and so on. And I can talk under solutions about the multi-hazard approach and the capability planning, but that's where funding is needed as well, I think.
Police is always enough money, of course.
Yes, of course.
Yeah?
Of course not.
Yeah. Well, that's a national competence. That's good for me now. But we try to, and that's maybe also a question, we try to focus on Europol, of course, also, and we are discussing just a new mandate, more money again. But what about in your country? Is that?
Well, Europol and the funding that is given to Europol to manage across the law enforcement, we are also beneficiaries of impact projects. But apart from Europol, we have ISF use a lot, even the national program. So when we speak about research, innovation, we speak about Horizon Europe, but then when we have a solution that we need, or in the criminal police we have a strategy. We created an innovation lab which allows us to organize innovation and all these points. So we move to ISF when we want to complete a certain result that comes from an Horizon Europe project. And also with the national funding, we complete the results and we make them available to the police staff that need them in all the domains. So for us, funding is critical, of course, and we use a lot. The low-value grant, the high-value grant, the impact, we go everywhere, because otherwise we would never have enough money to invest and to have innovative solutions. But one thing that I would like to add from my experience, what I see is also a problem, and it should be solved, is the fact that public procurement must be aligned with the innovation until the end of the solution. Otherwise, we will have too long delays from the threat, the need, the initiative to develop an idea until the moment we have a product. So I think we have to combine all the dimensions here, and the funding, of course, in every stage of the process is more than welcome.
maybe I can add one obstacle also, what I see every day almost, is that the borderline between access to data and the data protection part. That's a sort of very difficult, and it's seen in different member states also from a different angle. That is something which bothers us actually every day, and it's always something, of course, the data protection, that's important, but also what possibilities we give to the law enforcement, for instance, or also to the companies. I visited a lot of companies this morning, and that's also sort of one of the obstacles, that they don't, even not for research or even not for innovative solutions, that they don't have the access actually, and the criminals are always one step ahead in a way, because they don't care about data protection.
Our true competition is with crime, with criminals, with networks. So we have to be very attentive, to be very proactive. We cannot stay 1 minute behind.
Coming to the solutions, we had some ideas about solutions already, but if I was a wizard and you had 2 free wishes, what would that be from the European Union, or from the Commission at least, to start with? Not talking about the Parliament and the Council and all that, what we need for solutions at the end of the day.
Yeah, I start to sound like a mockingbird, but I probably still, I'm going to refer back to my original answers, to the blockages as well. So more of public-private partnerships in the sense that lead to a commercial contract of some sort. That would definitely improve the competitiveness of European-based companies. Now we do have a lot of R&D funding mechanisms which are great, but after that project, it's kind of like, well, what's the end game? It's up to the company then to kind of sell the service somewhere, wherever, to whom. So it would be great if these were more tied together, that let's do this R&D because this is a huge problem for the European Union countries, and we actually want to contract these companies then to solve the actual problem in the future. So that would definitely help. Also raising the venture capital money that everybody needs. And then kind of a maybe new point from me is that what I think Luisa referenced earlier is that kind of the procuring part from the government agency perspective could be made maybe a bit easier or less tight in a way. So I have seen cases where like a company has an excellent product or seed product, and they have found a end user, let's say a Coast Guard or border guard, who would love to pilot that. But then they would have to pay, let's say, 100,000 euros. So you end up in a limbo where year or year and a half passed because you need to figure out the way how you legally pay this company to conduct the pilot. So you kind of waste a year or year and a half. And then we have gone to Asia or to the US where it's just like, okay, let's do it. When can you start? So it's very different. It's a year faster process with the actual customer. And I think this is very crucial in the security domain because like we have heard today, the iteration cycle in the tech world today is faster than ever before. 3 months is kind of an iteration cycle that we see today. And if we wait a year for a decision to pilot something to get actual feedback from the end user, then some other company in other region of the world has done 3 or 4 iteration cycles with the customer. So when we actually come out with our product, it's already too late. It's outdated in a way. We are behind the competition.
So it's also about simplifying procedures, maybe and all that. Yeah, we're a bit. I realize that we're a bit too slow.
Giving maybe a bit more freedom in the competitive bidding procedure, that particularly in the security domain where time is of essence.
2 wishes?
2.
Or 1 or 3 or whatever.
Maybe just one sentence on that issue that has just been mentioned on competitiveness, and to come back to your data issue, because that's actually, I think, a unique selling point for Europe to develop trustworthy, let's call it democracy-ready tools to work with big data in a transparent way, developed under our rules and regulations, and that could globally be sort of a selling point to other democratic states where you don't want to have solution not coming from Europe, let's say, diplomatically. So to my wishes, I think the biggest thing that has been raised today as well is a strategic capability planning under security on a higher level, so that we are have understood what are actually security relevant capabilities and where do we want to be in at least 10 years time from now. And of course, we need to be able to be agile to come there on the way, so to decide on that, but to understand what the long-term perspective is, where we need to come from, though, talking about continuity also of the project and so on, so that they're to invest more in this. Capability-driven is also actually the answer to this multi-hazard aspect, because if we understand that each and every critical infrastructure and also practitioner has a, let's say, mandate, usually a legal mandate even, that they need to fulfill and tasks resulting from that. It could be translated into capabilities that you need to be able to perform whatever, uphold under every condition. So, and if you go into this with a worst case scenario during risk management, really, in worst case scenarios, you at least could guess that it works under less severe scenarios as well. So, because we can't prepare for every scenario. If you are scenario driven, there's way too many. I mean, coming from natural to man-made disasters, and then everything cross-cutting with climate change, which is escalating nearly every other threat, and is probably our most sustainable enemy that we face. Yeah, that's really long-term strategic capability planning, well communicated. That would be my biggest wish. And reflection of the operational context in the development process. A second, you said two at least. Because that is really something, it has been mentioned before, all member states, sometimes in federal systems like Germany, it's even down to Länder level, that it's different procedures, different organizational criteria and so on. If you don't reflect that in your development process, because your new solution need to fit into the existing system, and if you just do that on Scratch or something on the desks, it's not working. Yeah.
So again, simplifying procedures.
Yeah, and engaging, that's hand in hand with the long-term strategic planning, because it enables practitioners to early engage in the development process and to bring their operational picture to this development process. So it's a co-creative approach from the beginning.
Mr. Literatsky, what is your wish? What should we do? Simplifying.
All right. From my kind of business, yes, and as I was talking about the critical infrastructure, we know what is it, and we know we should carry it. This is obvious. And in this case, there are a few levels of to change or to help to organize it by the European community. First, we were thinking, we are investor in around the Baltic Sea. There are power plants, we are building now the offshore wind farm, etc., etc. But around the Baltic Sea, we have many countries with many big businesses, yes, with pipelines, with gas lines, with internet lines, etc., etc. So, in my opinion, we should care about it, and we to protect it. So, what we should do? Maybe we should think about some kind of platform organized by the European community, and based on this platform, I'm not talking about soldiers, etc., but I'm thinking about the platforms to change the information. If something happened in some part of Baltic, we'll know it very fast. this is the very good point, because we can be prepared on something what can happen. Yes, because normally we know about some situations in the next day in the news. So I think it's not good way to inform us about our critical situations, very important for the countries. So the platform only to change the information. I'm not talking about Baltic Sea because it's one of the examples. Yes, and we can say about the Atlantic or Mediterranean Sea. But this is such a first point as a solution. Of course, we need money. Try to protect the critical infrastructure without money. Yes, we need people, we need tools, we need some kind of drones, etc., etc. Or this is anti-drone systems. This is huge money to spend for it, but I think that this is a second wish to find financing. We can, of course, from my idea, we can, of course, invest only on the European community solutions, like in tools, and the money can stay here in Europe, and better not to spend for the non-EU companies, because in one moment somebody can push the button and will stop working. It will stop working. So in such a times like this, maybe we should base everything on the production in European community. So few levels, maybe not very difficult to organize. I think no, because legislation, financing, and tools. And I think we can do it here in European community without any help from abroad. Thank you.
Thank you. And there were some, I saw some companies this morning which are really working hard on actually protecting the critical infrastructure. So that we have good examples in Europe actually already.
Okay, so there come my wishes. I like that approach. I would say that the first one is not new, it's already on the table, mentioned in the Ninisto report, which is creating the Securing Euro facility. So that will facilitate the aggregation of funding streams, it will facilitate the pooling of all the resources, and I will aggregate the demand. So by combining this instrument, I would say that we will facilitate what is known to be the Death Valley, which is this unknown territory between TRL 5 or 6 until operational deployment of a solution. Also, capability-driven approach have been mentioned before, and I like it very much, because I think it's the common language. I mean, I stated that at the beginning, engineers tend to be excited with technology, and when we find our clients, they say, okay, congratulations for this technology, but I have this problem, and I have it now. So I guess that the capability-driven approach is the common language that we can speak. Then another which is also debated in industry, the creation of what we call the European Security Industrial Strategy. So that will aggregate the capability-driven approach, early involvement of industry, common collaborative projects for joint procurement, which I strongly believe that is the way to go, and it will exploit the full cooperation potential in order to meet the aggregated demand. And last but not least, I would say mimicking what is being done in other areas, the creation of the European security projects of common interest. That will leave the open door to the non-flagship projects. And I think that is the perfect combination of long-term planning, medium-term planning, with big projects which will ensure the needed EU content and technological European sovereignty, which is very much needed.
We're very good in analyzing, but maybe we should be quicker in being a bit more operational. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Well, from the perspective of an end user, I would say that Europe has financed very relevant projects. We have too much knowledge. We need to focus on what are the really needs that we need to address. For instance, we coordinate a project in an SSRI ENACT project, which is delivering enormous knowledge about what's going on related to threats, to solutions, to providers, to studies, to reports, everything that we need, and then focus what is strategic for Europe, where we want to be autonomous, resilient, not dependent of United States or Israel or China or whatever, but here in Europe, how can we take advantage of all the projects that have already been funded, that produced very good results, but then it stopped, it's over. But we have to look at that knowledge, otherwise we will be continuously wasting time and funding, and we need to address this issue because we all say that we need more funding, but more funding without focusing on what is really interesting and what really matters to meet the end user needs, I think it's not the best way to continue. And the second wish is to find better opportunities for joint cross-border public procurement. In COVID, we addressed that need for all the member states. And here we have problems like cybersecurity, the funding of terrorism, drugs trafficking is a huge problem we have in Europe. So we should try to identify which are the main areas where we should have a common approach to procurement, to innovation, but also to procurement. Otherwise, we will be separately trying to make the best, but will not be the best for Europe. It will be the best for the country, but not with a strategic value for Europe. So my two main wishes.
I can tell you there are some member states like my country or Germany where we don't even have a cross-border public procurement within the member state, between the Bundesländer or whatever. So yeah, that's something we have to work on. Thanks very much, first of all, for the obstacles, challenges, solutions. Maybe one quick round, if I may ask you, and we talked about that before, is there anything the European Union gets right, where we are better than others in that respect? Just quickly, maybe.
Yeah, it's good that there are a lot of security-related R&D funds. That's good, particularly from smaller company perspective. And it's also very welcome that Europe has changed its views a little bit towards dual-use technology and defense technology. For example, in the Horizon project, it was not preferable to build something that's for dual-use or defense 5 years ago. Now it is, so these are all very welcome, and the overall view kind of to the security domain has changed in European Union, and that's all very good change.
Are we getting anything right?
Yeah, definitely. From the policy level, as I said, the Preparedness Union strategy and also Protect EU and so on, things are going very much in the right direction. Also when you read things like the Ninisi report and so on, it's really heading towards the right direction. And also on the implementation side, we have a lot of instruments already at place, talking about PCP and PPI and so on, that is gaining impact. Of course, we should never forget that we are still a research project, so to not forget about the lower readiness levels. But yeah, we're doing a lot. I think we understood a lot, but as I said, we need to scale it up. So we're on the right way. But you know, all those policies need to result into funding.
It would be boring if we did everything right already. Anything we do right from a big company's perspective?
That we can work in this.
You don't have to say anything if there is nothing which we do right. Don't worry.
It's difficult to say because we have many regulations, and if you would like to run a business, you need to have an army of lawyers, army people from the regulations, etc. And we have it. Yes, and too much it is. It's too much people. But from my point of view, it's very good that we are together. Sorry, we are together in 27 countries. We can, of course, be on different positions, but we are together. 27 countries, it's not normal on the world. And for us, it's, I think, for the running the business, we have the same regulations. Everybody have the same problem in the European community. And we are fighting with it together, yes. And we are finding the solution. Of course, we are fighting between in the European community, but it's like in the family. We are together. And I think, and we have one market, and we should buy only from our market, nothing more. We have technology. We can do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Being a bit more self-confident also as a European Union, maybe.
Okay, so I made my homework, and I already started by saying that we have many reasons to be proud of. But let me jump to a very particular example, which is IPR management. So I can tell from the GMB perspective that we have built many solutions based on research, EU-funded research, thanks to the IPR management, which allow us to license, to extend, to adapt, and to collaborate with other partners. And there are many solutions dealing with artificial intelligence and command and control, which are based on EU research. And just to finish, those who know me know that I'm optimistic by nature, and I'm fully convinced that the best is yet to come.
Well, I think Europe and the European Commission has been doing huge work. If it was not the strategy that has been followed so far, we would not be here discussing together common problems and common approaches. So I think we have a very good opportunity to make the best. And I think Europe must be at the core of the development we need in security. And we have regulation, we have guidelines, we had the opportunity to meet together and to grow, and as countries and as Europe, of course. A lot has been done, okay.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the input, the insights also we got from you. A lot to do. I take that with me, of course, but also some positive aspects. Thanks for that as well. So we leave with some positive thoughts also in our minds. Thanks very much indeed for this very fruitful exchange. I think it was a different role for me. I think in my next life I'll become a moderator. Not quite sure about that. No, but thanks very much, and please join me with a big applause for this very interesting stage.
Thank you very much, Commissioner and distinguished panelists. Now it's time to take a photo all together, so please come before the Commission leaves us.
It's a proof that we did it.
The photographer here, the official one.
Thank you.
Thank you very much once again. A couple of communications from my side. So In parallel with the coffee break, we have the demonstration of Project Pop Art taking place in the demo area. You should know where the demo area is. And then the next item in 30 minutes will be the Security Innovation Award 2025. So please come back sharp in 30 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stage. It's now time for one of the most anticipated moments of the day, the Security Innovation Award 2025. This award celebrates cutting-edge solutions that are transforming the way we ensure safety and resilience in Europe and beyond. To open this special session, please join me in welcoming Marta Sigan, Director at the European Commission, to introduce the spirit of the award.
The most awaited moment of the day, it is not because of me, but because of you. That's the most important. Ladies and gentlemen and honorable guests, good afternoon and welcome to the Security Innovation Award 2025 ceremony. It is a great honor for me to join you on behalf of the European Commission, our Directorate, DG Home, responsible for migration, security, border management. You will all agree we live in interesting times. We all run. The developments are fast and unpredictable. Our world never stops evolving. And this is also true when it comes to the security challenges we face. They become more complex, they cross borders and traditional boundaries. In this context, in this situation, the commitment, the duty to adapt our responses in Europe based on constant innovation is not merely commendable, it is essential. The Security Innovation Award mirrors this spirit. It is to put light on those visionaries who are at the forefront of developing cutting-edge solutions to safeguard our society and to protect our citizens. The Innovation Award is an opportunity to promote innovations based on the European Union-funded security research projects since Framework Programme 7. And we all know that research takes time to deliver, to develop and to deliver. It requires planning and anticipation. In this civil security domain, too often we are just reacting. We are reacting to emergencies, be it a terrorist attack or a crisis at our external borders. And we know that we need to move from this reactive attitude, approach, to proactive one, proactive approach in civil society, security. It is, however, very difficult to implement. And in that process, research and innovation play a crucial role. Initiatives such as Security Innovation Award are meant to promote successful innovations and those who are committed to make our world a safer and a more secure place. These awards help us to better understand and identify the factors for the successful uptake of the European Union-funded security projects, research innovation results. This year, we received a great number of submissions, each of them extraordinary, presenting groundbreaking ideas and pioneering technologies. These are enhancing security in many different ways. That's their purpose. From the threat intelligence tools to community-based initiatives, each proposal offers a fresh perspective to the multifaceted security challenges that we face. The award selection committee has identified this year truly outstanding and mature innovations. They have an enormous impact on our life and on our citizens. And you have heard this morning that we are working for every citizen who has a right and a duty to feel safe. It is therefore an acknowledgement of those who have been able to bring the research to the deployment. and hence to bring effective support to the critical work of our civil security authorities. Behind every project stand people. With this award, we are happy to recognize the remarkable achievements of inspiring teams. These teams are made of fantastic and wonderful, forward-looking individuals who are reshaping with their work the landscape of the European security. And you can count on us, on the European Commission commitment to support and promote innovative solutions that come out of the European Union-funded security research, like the ones we will present to you today. So it is my pleasure to award the prizes on behalf of the Commission as a recognition for the excellent work conducted. I would already congratulate all the finalists, but I will give the floor first to Alessia, who is going to introduce each and every of them, and it will be accompanied by a short video that will display the projects. Alessia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Sigan, for those inspiring words and for continued support, in recognizing excellence in our projects. So, let's begin with our first category. Best Innovation with Direct Support to Citizens 2025 goes to Keynote Service Solution by We Encourage Oil Limited. Congratulations. Video, please.
Welcome. It is our pleasure to tell you more about our service, Keynote. Domestic violence is a huge global problem affecting millions of adults and children. It costs lives and over 100 billion euros every year in EU alone. Domestic violence has many effects like health problems and feelings of guilt and shame. Those can also be barriers for seeking help. We have learned that many prefer to seek information privately before they contact any professionals, but the challenge is the information is scattered and not always reliable. It's common that people feel they are overreacting or going out of their mind, and they want to reflect what's going on. We bring Keynote, easy, reliable, and trustworthy source for finding, accessing, and using information. It's a website containing AI-based chatbot and curated knowledge base. Users get a human-type conversation for psychosocial support and guidance through the chatbot, and easy-to-find information and related contact details from the knowledge base. One issue is the fact that many professionals lack information about domestic violence and don't recognize those who need help. Through Keynote, they can get educational and concrete guidance on the best ways to help. Scalable knowledge base is curated by the professionals who work with domestic violence victim survivors. AI chatbot can be accessed in over 100 languages. Today, Keynote is available in 5 countries and ready to help anonymously 24/7. Here's a potential model to create societal impact. It's been used in Denmark with social issues and has proven impact through structured outcome-based funding. It enables new opportunities for organizations and attracts social investors. We have gathered feedback from different users from different countries, and we are happy that they find the service useful and see its potential. We are constantly
Okay, it's now time to invite to the stage the team of Keynote for your award. Photo moment. Photo moment. Congratulations once again. The floor is yours.
I have been in therapy for years, but these issues in the chat have never been spoken nor asked. Good afternoon. This is one of the many feedback that over 18,000 users that we have reached today has given to us. It's a true honor to stand here today and say a few words on behalf of our team. I-Know8 was created to respond to a pressing problem. People are looking for help. And in these kind of situations, when the home, which should be the safest place, is not actually safe. Not for you or for your children. We see that the security that should be brought to people should start from home. This service wouldn't exist if there wouldn't be the collaboration and partnerships. We are incredibly grateful for the Improve Consortium funded by the EU that has brought us the research, the knowledge from the police, social, and healthcare sectors. We are grateful for the tech teams from Extreme Consulting, Lloyde, and Microsoft. With your help, we have been able to bring the technology to the people. We are also great for the Next in Mind for supporting us with the community and great initiatives. We are especially grateful for all the volunteers who have been testing and giving us feedback and providing us insights how we can improve and what we can do to advance our service. And the most importantly, our heartfelt thanks for all the survivors who have given us the insight, the understanding, and the knowledge what would have helped them in their situation when they were trying to look a way out. With this, it gave us a reminder that even a small moments of support, a kind message, a helpful link, a simple acknowledgement would help, and it can bring a lasting impact. While we are proud what I-Know8 has been able to deliver now, we know that this is just the beginning. Our vision is to expand the service with the human in the loop, combating the scalability of the AI and the irreplaceable empathy of human support. Even today, with just our chatbot and the knowledge base, we are already helping and supporting people, but with the understanding, with the safety and care. Thank you for this award, for recognizing our work and bringing this impact alive. We move one step closer to creating even greater impact. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. We now move on to our next category. Best Open Source Innovation 2025. The winner is Driver Plus Service Solution. Video, please.
Driver Plus is a major international research and innovation project, bringing together many participants from several countries, coming from practitioner background and the research community.
At the end of this project, we have delivered 5 relevant outputs. The first one is the testbed. The testbed implies, on the one hand, the trial guidance methodology, so the TGM, then the testbed technical infrastructure, and the training module as well. With the TGM and with the TGM handbook, you can find guidelines to set up a trial in a way which is structured and robust, from the preparation phase until the evaluation phase.
There was a heavy rainfall through a couple of days. There was the maintenance problem in the factory.
With the testbed technical infrastructure, what you have is a technical infrastructure composed of a common simulation space and a common information space in which you can simulate a realistic scenario on the one hand, and on the other, you can make several solutions communicate with each other. In the portfolio of solutions, you can find the solutions that have been assessed in our trials, but also solutions which are external to the project.
After a trial, it's very good to share your experiences with the crisis management community. In this way, everyone can learn from it. However, the crisis management community is rather fragmented. You have practitioners, policymakers, researchers, industry and citizens spread over many different countries. These communities need to exchange information, share lessons learned and generate new ideas to innovate jointly. This is necessary to create a secure and resilient society. Therefore, we created the Crisis Management Innovation Network Europe, or CMINE. It is an online community platform linking experts, networks, practitioners and initiatives. All of our results have been received very well, and it's very good to see that many participants want to take up our results. So we can conclude that this is not the final step of a project, but the start of a new beginning.
I kindly invite now the Driver Plus team to come to the stage to get the award. The floor is yours.
It's wonderful to be here. I'm really excited. Well, you all know that the nature, complexity and intensity of crisis keeps evolving. And there is a constant need for society at large to adapt and to prepare, respond and recover. Within Driver Plus, we explicitly put the practitioner in the driver's seat. We made a promise to develop products enabling the crisis management practitioners to take the lead in assessing and validating solutions to boost their capability development and innovation in crisis management, and facilitating its use beyond the project. And I'm very happy that we succeeded in this. It has been quite a journey. We traveled a long way, and after a rather rocky and bumpy start, we managed to successfully finish the project and still continue our journey. Many persons have been part of this journey, and new ones are still joining us. It's not doable to mention all of them, but I would like to thank some persons in particular. First of all, my colleagues at TNO, Peter, Anita, Marijn, Eric, and next, some key team members. Chiara, Adam, Thomas Francesco, Jakub, Georg, Andreas, Rob, Laurent, Tim, Constance, Steven, Esther, Laure, Joanna, John and Shirka. I'm very happy that some of them are here as well. Furthermore, all members of the advisory boards as well as the reviewers of the project. And last but not least, our former project officer, Guillaume Lapère, for his continuous support and advice. I'm extremely proud and honored that Driver Plus has won this Security Innovation Award. It is the result of an intense journey of learning, experiences and growth. Let's continue this journey together. Thank you, team. Thank you all.
Congratulations. And now, for the Security Innovation Award 2025, the highest recognition of the evening, the prestigious award goes to Crimson Solution by CS Group. Let's congratulate them. Video, please. Congratulations. Please join us on the stage to get your award. Thank you very much. Yes, I would kindly ask all the winners to come for a final picture all together, please. Oh, sorry. You are right. Yeah, no.
We just have to say something, they said.
Okay, so
I'm joking.
last boring moment. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I am truly honored and deeply grateful to see Crimson awarded today. We embarked on this adventure quite some time ago, following the devastating AZF factory explosion in Toulouse, our hometown, which tragically killed 30 people and injured over 8,000 people. Innovation, as you know, often requires time, not to mention a good amount of luck. We had a vision at that time, using our expertise in VR and simulation to develop tools to train first responders to manage such disasters. At the time, we believed that changing end users' operational methods and tools was out of reach. We were wrong. Crimson was actually adopted for crisis management first, before training. I know I will inevitably forget someone, but I want to thank and extend my deepest thanks to the brilliant minds, the researchers, engineers, managers, designers, product and support teams, to the project officers of the European Commission and our partners, and every single people who made this possible. I would also like to pay a special tribute to Alessandros Bakalakos, whom we miss dearly. He was one of the very first project officers of the EC that embarked on the Crimson adventure alongside Adair and Peter. He has been a brilliant and inspiring supporter of Crimson since the very beginning, and I sincerely hope that we made him at least a little bit proud of us. Looking ahead, we are more motivated than ever to save the protection and defense of the European Union, its population, its public and natural sites, as well as its critical infrastructures. Crimson is now spreading across Europe in other domains, such as the resilience of critical infrastructure and, more recently, defense sectors. We are convinced that it will enable more effective and agile interorganizational, multi-domain and cross-border collaboration among multiple organizations during major events. This award fuels our ambition to continue innovating, pushing the boundaries of what's possible to support those who protect us. And it is with particularly high honor that we see Crimson adopted by all these EC projects as a research platform to accelerate innovation and benefit from its direct path toward exploitation and adoption. Thanks again to the European Commission and SRE 2025 organizers for this incredible honor, and to everyone present here today for your patience with this speech. Take care of yourself and your loved ones.
Congratulations. So, now you can come back stage. The day is almost over. So now I invite to the podium Olivier Onidi, Deputy Director General, European Commission, for the concluding remarks of this SRE Day 1. Please join me on stage.
Thank you for this. Ladies and gentlemen, well, thank you for being here. It's always a pleasure to come and spend a moment with you. Very, very happy that this year was possible to hold this event in beautiful Warsaw. Very, very special town, very vivid town, very creative town. I think it reflects wonderfully the overall spirit that guides your community. Very happy also that alongside the tradition for the last few years, we've really managed, colleagues, Marta and Nicola and the team, managed to actually gather all those who constitute this very special ecosystem between those focusing on research, but also those looking at how to translate the products of research in industrial realities, and beyond that, also the community of users, which we are amongst them. It's another year where we've seen quite a number of developments which reflect directly in public policy terms some of the outcomes of your work. Last week at the Council of Ministers of the Interior, we finally got the go-ahead to the entry into operation of entry-exit. Entry-exit will fundamentally change the way borders are managed. It will make biometric the essential components of any steps being taken at borders, and will facilitate also the seamless flow and questioning between different data sets. It's the heart of the overall interoperability framework, and the entry-exit system is something we inherit from a research project that started 15 years ago from this very community. Another example of last week, a major international event, Critical Communication World, for the first time hosted in equally beautiful Brussels, and for once under wonderful sun in Brussels. Critical Communication World is the direct translation of another major ambition of ours, which is basically to take up the result of another important project that you have brought to us, and will hopefully be the nucleus in order to build a complete critical communication network within Europe, allowing all specialized users, from first responders to security services, to enjoy at all times the necessary non-compromised communication means, allowing both voice, but what is absolutely essential these days, data and images to be securely shared for very different but critical purposes. Here again, I think the overall international event was gifted with a fabulous demonstration space like the one you have here. I was very proud to see that most of those present were actually European. Very important. Looking at the critical nature of technology these days in those segments which are law enforcement, border guards, the entire security environment, which rests on secured but also private means of building the technological responses that are needed. And I think the choice of embedding the European label to this event this year, the fact that we would concentrate on having altogether a bit of an evaluation on our strengths and weaknesses to ensure we keep not only sovereignty, but we keep control out of how to produce technologies, but also how to use those technologies in the security environment is very important. We've seen through a number of examples in the last years, we had a bit of an outcry with the work around 5G at the time. When we started to roll out 5G in Europe, it was for the first time the wake-up call that accompanied a substantial reflection on the critical nature of this technology in terms of creating new forms of dependence for the European Union. And that led to a number of initiatives being taken in order to ensure that Europe would keep actually overall control over something which will more and more determine our ways of living, but also the overall growth of our economy. We've recently launched another reflection on further sectors where we've seen that the dependence on third country vendors has reached somewhat of a critical level. And hence, again, the importance to stress the absolute necessity to continue to invest in European research and innovation. It is through this channel that we will continue to enjoy the overall freedom we've enjoyed and not be dependent on many of critical aspects in the future. This is not to say that we should not work with external partners, but we should do this with a decisive understanding of the type of vulnerabilities that could be generated if we lose out one or the other essential expertise in some of the fundamental vectors of technologies that are important today. So again, many words of thanks. I think the overall tone of the discussion today was very constructive. I think we closed the first day with a very encouraging spirit. We have the forces that are needed in order to, I think, continue meeting this challenge. The dialogue with the Commissioner was a first for us, but a very important moment for us in terms of getting also a particular appreciation from your side on some of the things that could actually work much better. And I must thank you for being very direct with him, very open also on characterizing really the essential levers that need to be worked on in order to enjoy more effectiveness in what we do, more speed, because everything is about responding in time, and again, more independence in terms of the choices we would have based on our capacity to actually offer different solutions to critical issues. Tomorrow will be another very full day of panel discussions. I hope you will all have also the time to enjoy and fully grasp the diversity of what comes out of the research projects. We will not give up. We will continue, and Marta is the best illustration of that in terms of reaffirming the interest of the research community in the overall security field, to have our dedicated, also independent stream of activities. I really hope we have further illustrations through the discussion over those 2 days on why it is so important that we continue working together on research and innovation at a time when everything is very much focused on, again, regaining sovereignty, regaining capabilities in a number of critical security-related sectors. But not everything needs to be geared to defense only. If the civil research, security research community needs to continue to reap the full benefit of civil-military cooperation, if we need to continue to open up more widely to cooperation with the defense sector, we also need to recognize that we need a very solid civil security research element in order to progress on the many direct applications we need in the civil world. If some of the technology vectors are the same, the way we build those and the way we design the actual use, the application, is quite different than in the military sector. So we need to continue to keep also very strong stream on the civil security research. And hopefully we'll be able to come up next year with further good news, because we will have the initial proposals from the Commission very soon, before the summer, in terms of the overall architecture of the financial framework and some of the key programs as well. And we expect to have already there somewhat of a reading of what is to be expected, how to best work in order to exploit the best out of the new financial architecture that will be proposed for discussion by both the Council and the European Parliament. And I think that the many success stories, the many real life examples, some of the awards as well that we have seen today, are all elements which are extremely telling and which are helping us in order to make the best possible and very strong case as to the importance to continue our journey together. So with this, thank you very much for this first day, for the very interactive also way of conducting this first day. I will see you briefly also tomorrow morning in order to kickstart day 2 of this important event, and I hope that you will not only enjoy further the exhibition on the other side, but also enjoy a bit of free time this evening and a few glasses as well to celebrate day 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, before we go, some housekeeping rules from your Master of Ceremonies. First of all, we have 2 options now for you. Demonstration of the project Prevent PCP taking place in the demo area. And in this room, we have project rhythms with the documentary Threads of Heritage, Down the Rabbit Hole of Art Crime. Then, the day is not yet over. We will meet at the cocktail dinner at 6, hall 4, just opposite to the main entrance you used today. There is a big sign outside, so no way to get lost. And it's my pleasure to let you know that the evening's cocktail dinner is about relaxing and connecting. No speeches, no formal program. It's simply the chance to enjoy good food, friendly company, and informal networking. So I hope to see many of you there. Then, don't forget that tomorrow morning we start at 9:15. For the early birds, coffee will be there available from 8:30 onwards. I wish you a lovely evening.